Jimmy Dore, John Idarola. Jake is obviously not back in town yet. He's in Miami for a media conference. But he also does this MLK weekend trip with his boys every year.
Yes.
Right.
Wait, sorry.
No, not the MLK trip. That's actually happening. But he is away in Miami, so
he does have a conference.
Right, he does. Yeah. So for the remainder of this week, you will have panel discussions, a lot of fun on the show. Hopefully you watched our debate coverage on a Sunday night, which was really fun to do on a Sunday night. But anyway, so we have a lot of great stories for you guys. I want to encourage you, as we always do, to use the hashtag TYT Live to tweet to us as we do the show so we can read your comments, your concerns, maybe some questions. And yeah, let's get started. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Are you awake enough to do the show today?
I feel weird.
You just flew back from South Carolina.
Yeah, I've been telling you, I slept for, I think, 53 minutes last night.
That's amazing.
But I feel good. I had a monster.
All right, let's do it. All right. Fox and Friends decided to celebrate MLK Day by bringing on Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece, a woman by the name of Aveda King. And while they spoke to her, they decided to touch on an issue that they obviously feel very negatively about, Black Lives Matter. Now, let's take a look at two snippets of the interview, and then we'll talk about whether or not what they're reporting is accurate. Take a look.
Dr. King, let me ask you about this. You know, you look at Black Lives Matter, you look at the war on police, and even the political tone in the nation. What would your uncle think about what's going on in his America today?
My uncle was a man of peace and reason. My daddy, his brother, Reverend A.D. King, they worked together to bring about peace, coming to the table with steps of nonviolent conflict resolution. And so Martin said, we must learn to live together as brothers, and I add as sisters, or perish as fools. Rather than stirring up that fear and that anger, we need to learn how to come to that table in the beloved community and put some solutions on the table, teaching people to use their words rather than bombs or guns or fists, and use their words to heal rather than to destroy.
Absolutely. In a nonviolent way, for sure. Dr. Alveda King, thank you so much for your time today. Okay, so her answer was a good one, if you ask me, but they were trying to get at something very specific. So Fox News has been very much against Black Lives Matter. They keep echoing this notion that all lives matter. Of course all lives matter, but the whole purpose of the Black Lives Matter movement is to raise awareness of the prevalence of attacks, shootings that are geared toward the Black community, right? So the reason why Black Lives Matter came about in the first place is because of things like Eric Garner, or situations like Eric Garner being placed in a chokehold and dying as a result of selling untaxed cigarettes, Tamir Rice getting shot and killed within 2 seconds because he was playing with a toy gun. These are all issues. Exactly, Freddie Gray is another one. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And so that was the end of the interview, but there's a part that we're going to get to in just a second. First, let me get some initial thoughts from you guys.
Well, the intentionally misunderstanding what Black Lives Matter means. That's what they're doing. They're intentionally not understanding it. Even though they've been corrected numerous times. Numerous times they've been corrected. So saying, when someone says Black Lives Matter, and then your response is, hey, all lives matter, that's the equivalent of somebody saying, hey, I'm wearing a pink ribbon for breast cancer awareness. Hey, all cancers matter. Mm-hmm. That's the exact thing what you're doing. You're trying to no, we have a specific problem we're talking about specifically. Of course, all lives matter, but white people aren't being shot at the same rate by cops as blacks, and we all know that there's a systemic problem. So they're doing that. So it's to the point where, Fox News, it's like, you can't parody them anymore. They're already, it's like there was like a joke, like that's how you would write a joke sketch for them. Yeah. Like, well, they're all like, wrong. We're going to keep getting it wrong no matter how many fucking times. So that, and then, why don't you just throw in Benghazi and climate change and we got a full morning with those
Well,
guys.
now you know they're a complete rundown for the day. You just predicted it.
We should have guessed how they would cover MLK Day. I wouldn't have guessed that they would so blatantly that all of their programs would be about this, and not just them, but conservative radio programs. I think it was a very bad answer because she accepted the ridiculous framing and then went on and said, he says, what do you think about Black Lives Matter? What would he have thought about Black Lives Matter? Well, I think you should use words instead of bombs. Okay, they're not using bombs, they're not using guns. Like she accepted, yes, they are murderous terrorists.
I know, but you also have to understand that she's not a member of the media, she's not a politician, she's not used to the spin, right? So I don't begrudge her for answering the way that she did. She might have played into their framing, but I don't think she intentionally did that. By the way, I think it's a disastrous idea for her to appear on Fox News anyway, but I do commend her for having the balls to go on a show like that and, deal with them.
I don't have much familiarity with her, but I have read that she has been on numerous times because she tends to be pretty conservative.
Yes.
And the thing is, she could have, where was the mention of, like, okay, don't use guns, but if anyone would have understood the lingering anger and rage against the system, it would have been my uncle. And that same system exists. And so, of course, something like Black Lives Matter is inevitable and necessary.
And the fact that Martin Luther King was targeted by the FBI, spied on by the FBI, every phone call he had was taped by the FBI, the fact that his constitutional right, all because why? Because he was standing up for Black lives.
Yeah.
And believe me, those two phony on the Fox and Friends, they were the first. You would be the first ones to call Martin Luther King an agitator. If this was 1963, you'd be calling him an agitator. And why can't you? Why you got to agitate everybody? These white people are just having a nice community, and you got to come here and stir it up. That's what they would be saying, and we all know that. And yes, I've seen this niece of Martin Luther King before. Years ago, so she knows what she's doing, and if that was her one appearance, I would cut her slack too.
Right.
But I've seen her do this over and over, and this is her chance for fame, so she's willing to sell out the true meaning of Martin Luther King's legacy, so she can get on TV sometime.
All right.
Maybe she's also backwards like that Baldwin guy. Maybe that's her thing.
I mean, I have to apologize because I'm actually not familiar with her previous work or her previous appearances. So now that I know that information, it kind of changes my opinion a little bit. But let's go to the second video where they go a little further when it comes to a so-called war on police.
We've got a Fox News alert for you right now. A day of violence against police officers. 3 separate attacks this morning.
Well, all this as we are supposed to be remembering the peaceful message of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
All this when we're supposed to be remembering the peaceful message of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. What does that tell you? That tells you that the shooters in these stories are all black, right? Oh my God, look at these black people going after these cops and shooting and killing them. Of course cops have to shoot and kill unarmed black individuals. Look at how much of a threat they pose. Well, here's the reality of the situation. Yes, there were 3 instances where police officers were shot. Unfortunately, 2 instances where police officers were killed. In the 2 instances where the police officers were shot and killed, the perpetrators were white men, not black men. But Fox News is purposely being deceptive to make it seem as though these individuals are black and that black people are dangerous. So the first one, let's go to the graphic number 1. The perpetrator was Herschel Jones III. He actually shot and killed a police official in Danville, Ohio, okay? The second shooting was in Holiday, Utah, and the police officer who was gunned down was named Doug Barney, and he was killed by Corey Lee Henderson, who, again, is a white individual. Now, the third story out of St. Louis did involve a black man who was apparently robbing a store. A police officer responded, and he did get shot at, but he did not die. Yeah. But it's important to give you those details and not be misleading in telling you about the acts of violence that happened in the country on MLK Day. They're using these instances as a way to expand their ridiculous objective and their agenda, and it's just beyond deceptive. It drives me crazy.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say the KKK had a news show, and for whatever reason I got fired from this place and whatever my show, and I couldn't be a comedian, and I need to make money. So I went and got a job at the KKK News Show. Now, how much different would the KKK News Show be from what Fox News is doing? They're just doing it, I think, in a more insidious way. Because KKK, you know who they are, you know what they're doing. But Fox News is trying to be sneaky about it, right? They're giving you palatable racism, and they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes because they know who they're broadcasting to, which is 7-year-old scared white people, and they want to keep them scared of black people because it helps them make money. Now, my question is, you wouldn't forgive me for going to work for the KKK, but why do we forgive people for going to work for Fox News? Because that is the most, that is like not okay. That is so over the top. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no disqualification from polite society anymore. Steve Ducey and the other person with him, well, no one's going to go, hey, that racist shit I saw, because they do it every day. And now they're just accepted in mainstream culture. And people work at Fox News and then go work at normal places. And I think that we have to stop that. That's not okay that you can start your career at Fox News or go there in the middle or end up at the end and then go to CBS or go somewhere else. That's not okay. And I think we should shame people who need to make money from racist organizations like Fox News, which is what they are.
Well, there's a reason why Fox News' audience is an aging audience. Okay,
right.
They're in their 70s, as you mentioned. They're older, and young people aren't tuning into Fox, and they're not tuning into CNN or even MSNBC. They're cutting the cord, and that's because they're getting their news online through digital media. And digital media, I would argue, holds these so-called reporters or anchors much more accountable than traditional media does. So I think that's the silver lining in all of this.
Yeah. Look, I can't cite all of the specifics, and I know that people do go back and forth, but I have a feeling that, like, Steve Ducey's not going to be one of those people that gets to, like, he's going to be on MSNBC.
Right.
I mean, it's possible. It tends to be people a little bit more behind the scenes, or they're straight reporters who will dabble in this sort of thing, but not be so clear with it. I sort of interpreted it differently. I was almost happy that they did this, because to me, this makes clear what their stance is. They're pretending that they're being forced to just talk about the war on police when we know that statistically deaths amongst cops are lower than they have been in recent years. So for me, it's like they're making it would be worse if they were actually subtle and if they were really trying to appeal in some underhanded way to African Americans. But anybody tuning into this knows where they're coming from. So I think that's good. It shows people, no, this group is not for me. Okay.
All right, moving on to another clown, Joe Walsh. One-term Congressman Joe Walsh recently set out a number of tweets talking about what MLK would be in favor of and what he would be against in today's society. Now, the one-term Illinois Congressman and current conservative radio broadcaster tweeted out the following. He said, Martin Luther King Jr. would not approve of Black Lives Matter. Dr. King was about bringing people together. He would say, all lives matter. You know, the last part of that is actually right. Martin Luther King Jr. would believe that all lives matter. But again, you're detracting. You are trying to distract people from a very specific issue that we're trying to address in the country. The reason why Black Lives Matter came about in the first place is because they are disproportionately targeted by officials, okay, whether it's through stop and frisk, policies like that, or through, I don't know, cops shooting unarmed individuals that haven't really done anything wrong. So, again, Joe Walsh is playing into that conservative narrative, indicating that, hey, you know what, these Black Lives Matter protesters don't really care about all lives matter, they just care about themselves. No, they just care about addressing an issue that's been impacting them for decades.
Yeah, and again, he's going to be one of the people who has seen the reputation of that. If a person is shot and they're unarmed, and this happens over and over and over again, and they do the investigations and nothing ever comes of it, then whether an individual cop or an individual radio personality believes that Black lives don't matter, whether that's true or not, clearly the outcome shows that they do not matter as much to the system. And that's why the system needs to change, and that's why you had a good analogy with the pink ribbon and saying, well, then why are you focusing on that? All cancer's bad. But that doesn't even go far enough, because everybody knows that breast cancer is bad. It would be like if there was a cancer that killed tons of people, but nobody ever talked about it or cared about it. And then you were to, like, say, oh, toe cancer, and they're like, fuck that, that's irrelevant. No, it kills people. And the fact that he pretends like he doesn't understand that. There's so many terms like that, white privilege. You keep explaining what it actually means, and they don't accept it because they don't want to accept it.
So Joe Walsh is the Donald Trump light, because he's late to the game. Donald Trump learned early in his career that you say something outrageous, you get press, free press, and then when people start asking you to answer for your outrageous statement, you say something even more outrageous.
Yes.
And so Donald Trump has learned that, and he plays the press like a fiddle. And now Joe Walsh is trying to do that, and he gets attention because the only time he gets attention is when he says stuff like this, because he doesn't ever say anything smart that's worth repeating. So it's only when he says crazy stuff like this, and some jagoff who owns a radio station in Chicago gave him a show. Because that guy who owns that station is really rich, and he doesn't give a fuck about the people. Probably a corporation, probably Clear Channel.
So let me give you some more from Joe Walsh, okay? And he did get some criticism, and he responded to that criticism. So he continues with, MLK Jr. was all about the content of our character, not the color of our skin. Okay, Black Lives Matter is only about skin color. He also says, in fact, if he were alive today, Martin Luther King Jr. would lead an All Lives Matter march on Washington, D.C. Would be wonderful. Okay, so at that point, people criticized him, and they're like, okay, you just don't want to address the real issue here at all, and you may want to make it seem like these protesters don't care about other lives, or, you get the point.
Yeah.
And he responds back with, never fails. Every MLK Day, you get some black folk telling white folk they can't comment on MLK and race because they're white. Bull, grow up.
No, but that's the thing. There are all sorts of comments you can make that the African American community would welcome, even from white people, allies that are trying to make positive changes to the system. Just when you can't get away with saying racist shit, oh, now my rights are being infringed. Why can't I say the N-word? Huh? Why can't I say it? They don't understand that when they say those things, it's like, oh, this is a shortcut. You're a racist. I don't need to think about it. You're clearly a racist.
I was wondering how Martin Luther King would react to the Black Lives Matter, and I was like, I guess we'll never know unless we ask Joe Walsh.
Yeah, good point. I mean,
exactly.
Joe Walsh is very intuitive. He would know what Martin Luther King Jr.
He's got his finger on the pulse, and I also would like to know what Chief Sitting Bull would think about the Redskins team name. I bet you Joe Walsh knows that.
Right.
Probably,
Yeah.
I bet he knows a lot of things about a lot of different cultures.
He does seem very well-rounded. All right, so he also continues on with even more offensive tweets. He says, if MLK were with us today, he'd say, quit whining. We've made amazing racial progress. You'll never know the racism that I knew. Celebrate that.
And then you just hear a snap of a bullet. Because I don't know if you remember, Joe, they fucking shot him dead because he was black. That guy who said that is about racism in your head that you just created this story where MLK says there's no racism anymore. He also got shot right after he said that.
And you put that in the context of all the other civil rights leaders who were assassinated, all the civil rights volunteers and workers who went to the South and were killed, who were lynched, who were killed just while trying to do their job. And then it wasn't investigated because the authorities in that area didn't want it to be investigated.
I'm sure if Martin Luther King was alive, what are the chances? The one guy who could have told us racism isn't real anymore was fucking killed by a racist. What are the chances?
Weird. So
really weird.
I feel like, look, they don't want to acknowledge institutional racism. They don't want to acknowledge things like, I don't know, black men are incarcerated at higher rates for possession of marijuana compared to white individuals who, by the way, possess and smoke it at similar rates. They don't want to address the insane statistics that came out of New York during the stop and frisk policies and how something like 90% of the people that were stopped and frisked were minorities, and they didn't find any weapons on them or drugs on them. It's all about targeting specific individuals with specific backgrounds. They don't want to acknowledge those things. Are things different today compared to how they were when MLK was alive? Obviously, okay? Segregation is not legal anymore, even though it does happen in some ways when it comes to socioeconomic status and separating people in terms of schooling. Absolutely. Yeah. But that institutional racism is still there, and it needs to be addressed. If you don't want to address it, then you just want to completely deny that racism exists. You want to deny your own privilege, and I think that's obvious from his tweets. But to sit there and tell black people to be complacent and to be happy with the situation they're in now, while their children are being shot and killed by police officials when they have no weapons and they haven't done anything wrong, I don't know. I feel like that's going above and beyond in terms of you being racist.
I think we got to be careful. I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't want to give Joe Walsh too much of our breath because he's obviously doing this for those reasons. You know, it's kind of like somebody tweeted at me one time that my coverage of the Cologne sexual assaults on New Year's Eve, that they hated me for it, and that he's a German and he hates me for it. So I tweeted back to him, I just saw a Hitler documentary. You guys don't come up so good. Now, I did that for the same reason Joe Walter's doing this.
To get him riled up.
And he went fucking crazy. They couldn't retweet it more. I was giggling, and I don't want to sit here and get worked up over Joe Walter, because I know it's going to make him giggle, because he's irrelevant.
Don't worry. At 5 minutes from now, I'll forget he exists.
Okay.
Yeah, he's irrelevant. I think it's important to
He is irrelevant.
mention him. He is irrelevant, absolutely. But he represents a group of people in this country that continuously deny that racism exists. And they help fuel that fire.
He's doing it for money. He's doing it because he knows it'll get him attention, and all the racist Trump voters will come listen to his show. It's just for money. He knows he actually does know better. He just does this.
Yeah. And there's a good and a bad side to acknowledging that he and people like him are out on radio doing this. I mean, the bad side is there are tons of people that on their drive to work and their drive home or whatever, they're driving trucks, they hear BS like this. But the good side is that he is broadcasting on radio, which is a format that makes cable news look innovative and full of life.
Yes.
You mean AM radio?
AM radio even works, yeah.
Because I'm on the lefty FM radio, and I really think I'm bringing some
he's
innovation.
Conservative. That's all AM radio is.
Yeah.
Is conservative commentators.
Thank you, John. I want to make it distinct. I want to delineate between my lefty 90.7 FM KPFK and WBAI in New York. Goodbye.
So,
on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Jimmy Dore. Anyway,
I've actually listened to your radio show and I really like it. It's really good.
Thank you very much.
So I don't listen to a lot of talk radio, but this is going to be funny. Some of you already know this, but I listen to Jimmy, and I also love listening to Michael Swerconish on POTUS on satellite radio.
Yeah, you've talked about that.
He's just, look, I don't agree with him on everything, but I love the way he speaks. He's so eloquent, and he's fast-paced, and he's passionate.
You can tell he's wearing a tie.
Yeah, and he's aware. Look, he's aware of what's going on. Get out of here. All right. You know what? I'm actually going to take our first break because I want to make sure I read some of your TYT lives. When we come back, Marco Rubio explains why he bought a gun on Christmas Eve.
Do you realize that Starbucks wanted to take Christ and Christmas off of their brand new cups? That's why they're just plain red. In fact, do you realize that Starbucks isn't allowed to say Merry Christmas to customers? I asked for my coffee, they asked for my name, and I told them my name is Merry Christmas. So guess what? Starbucks, I tricked you into putting Merry Christmas on your cup. And I'm challenging all great Americans and Christians around this great nation. Go to Starbucks and take your own coffee selfie.
to TYT. Some TYT lives for you. Joe Oliver asks me a really great question. He says, why do you say official and never officer in regard to the police? Okay, so obviously our show is not scripted. We don't have a teleprompter. And sometimes when I'm referring to a cop, I'm in that moment, I'm unsure whether or not it's a sheriff or a lieutenant. And so I'm like, I don't want to say officer. I'm going to say official because I feel like that carries, or that's more inclusive of all cops in different positions.
It's true of a lot of leadership positions. So
Exactly.
it's not wrong necessarily.
And also another reason why I do it is because I want to switch it up. So if I say official too much, I do say officer when I know that it's correct to say officer and vice versa. Okay. That was from Joe Oliver, by the way. I do
That was
feel
official Joe Oliver.
Exactly, yes. I do feel it says, I know where Jake is, and it's disgusting. Hopefully not on a boardwalk anywhere. Also, if you're an old school TYT fan, you know what I mean. And Mr. Shigura says, don't worry, John Idarola. If you need to sleep during the discussion, go ahead. Ben Carson does it all the time.
Okay. She got understand. Oh. Poor Ben Carson.
All right.
He's still in the race.
He is still in the race. He's making a ton of money.
I bet he is.
That's what he's doing.
I gotta write a book.
He's making it rain on the house. All right, let's move on. Marco Rubio recently appeared on Face the Nation on CBS, and he was asked about a curious purchase he made on Christmas Eve. Take a look.
There's been a lot of people buying firearms recently, and you bought one on Christmas Eve. Why?
Well, first of all, I'm not home very often, and so those were one of the few days that I was there. Second, I have a right to protect my family, and that's why I was previously a firearm holder as well. This was an additional one. And again, I think many Americans around the country feel the same way. I'm a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. I have a right to protect my family if someone were to come after us. In fact, if ISIS were to visit us or our communities at any moment, the last line of defense between ISIS and my family is the ability that I have to protect my family from them or from a criminal or anyone else who seeks to do us harm. Millions of Americans feel that way.
So he's not home very often. I don't know about you guys, but I really want to vote for someone who spends a lot of time with their spouse. Yeah. You know, Carly Fiorina spends a lot of time with her spouse. Apparently Marco Rubio doesn't do that.
I just imagine his kids, like, sitting around the tree, like, when's Papa gonna be home? Sorry, he had to go get another gap.
Here's your gun. Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. He admitted that he was wrong in one of two ways. He said, I was previously going to owner. This was just an additional one. So did you already have one now? In which case you didn't desperately need one on Christmas Eve. Or did you not have a gun, admitting that having a gun apparently has not been a priority to you? Yeah. And you maybe aren't as fixated on the Second Amendment as you'd like us to think you are.
No, here's what I want to know. I want to know how it's now common knowledge that Marco Rubio bought a gun during Christmas Eve.
Of course, because they spread it.
It's because if he put out a press release about it, I mean, American politics is just completely in the gutter. Why would anyone put out that type of press release?
It's already in the gutter because that thing just happened that we just saw.
No, I know that.
Why did you buy the gun Christmas Eve? Because I'm running for the presidency and I think it'll help me. That's the only honest answer.
Look, I'm not in the business of telling journalists what they can and can't ask. That was a perfectly fine question to be asked, but in this case, he's playing into Marco Rubio's ridiculous publicity stunt of, I'm a gun lover, hear me roar, I bought a gun during Christmas Eve. Dude, it's Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. You're thinking about buying guns on Christmas Eve? You, Mr. Religious, I care about God, I care about family values. You're out buying a gun on Christmas Eve. How crazy is that? Look, buy a gun. That's all. If anyone were to have a gun, someone like Marco Rubio, in my opinion, is totally fine. I think his messaging is destructive. I think his messaging is dangerous. However, like, going around and touting the fact that you bought a gun on Christmas Eve because it's going to work in your favor, it's going to give you some political gain, is so incredibly depressing.
I think that every Christmas you should give your family the gift of an increased chance of one of them being accidentally shot.
Well, that's a gift
that's what he just gave his family. There's a chance that one of them is going to find the gun and accidentally shoot themselves, or his daughter's going to be walking through the house, he's going to think it's a burglar, he's going to shoot her in the neck like just happened, or he's going to be cleaning the gun and he's going to shoot his wife in the stomach. That happens all the time across America, and Marco Rubio just gave that to his family.
I mean, what says Christmas spirit more? You know, the baby Jesus, universal love and acceptance, than a firearm. And really, something killing. Thinking of a lead going the speed of sound and going through someone else, like for Jesus. That's great. I'm against guns. So on Christmas Eve, I went out and I bought my family some brass knuckles. That's just for Christmas.
Yeah. You want to be able to defend yourself
If
from
ISIS
ISIS.
comes, I'm like, kid, you take this fucking brass knuckle and you go up to the biggest motherfucking ISIS guy, you punch him right in the ball.
Right. And if you don't, you're a pussy.
You're right. Regressive.
Yeah, he hit two birds with one stone in that small segment of that interview, right? And he did the fear mongering about ISIS. ISIS is not going to show up to your house, Marco Rubio. ISIS is not going to show up to anyone's house. Look, are there, terrorist attacks abroad that we're concerned about? Absolutely. Is ISIS an imminent threat to Americans right now? I know that the fear mongering in the media has definitely seeped into the public's consciousness, but no, you are not in any type of immediate danger due to ISIS. So he achieved the fear mongering, and then he achieved the pro-NRA agenda of talking about how much he loves guns.
Yeah. And look, he's not wrong to say that it's the last line of defense against ISIS, but he's not acknowledging that the first three lines of defense are thousands of miles of ocean, the largest military the world has ever known, and local police officers, FBI agents, and other sorts of law enforcement.
First line of defense, your own gun.
That last line of defense is going to be a Cuban immigrant shitting his pants while trying to figure out how to fire a gun. That's the last. I'm so thirsty. Yeah, the guy you're right.
Marco Rubio.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
If Cenk was here, he would say, "What a boy."
Yeah.
Yes.
He does look like a boy. He's like good for him, though. One day when he's like 75, he'll look like he's 20.
He's like the kid from A Christmas Story. He just wants that Red Ryder BB gun for Christmas, and he's gonna accidentally shoot his eye out.
And something about that comb over too, fires me up. He's got great hair, but I don't. Why does he comb his hair like that?
Yeah. Look, you can oppose him for all sorts of reasons, but let's keep it real. At the end of the day, he's Cuban.
Get out of here. Okay, funny enough, this is such a huge tangent, and we'll move on in a second. I always thought that the last Latino that I would end up with would be Cubans because they're very conservative.
The political.
And then I ended up getting engaged to one. So, but he's not conservative at all. So.
Oh, I didn't know he was Cuban.
Yeah, he's Cuban. Not conservative at all. His family's conservative, but he's not. Okay, moving on to Bernie Sanders.
He doesn't do a nightclub show?
No, but he does love chicken and rice, and whenever I need something, I'll make him some chicken and rice.
Okay.
All right, moving on.
Wouldn't it be crazy if you guys had neighbors named Fred and Ethel?
Yeah, that would be crazy. All right.
I'm sorry. She makes some chicken and rice every time she has some splaining to do. Why are you always saying shit?
I don't even know.
I love that show.
We like to have fun. All right. 2 hours before the Democratic debate last Sunday, Bernie Sanders released a detailed plan about his health care plans. And during the debate itself, Hillary Clinton didn't touch on it very much because, come on, he released it 2 hours before the debate, so how much review can she do? But luckily for us, we have the details, and we're going to give them to you. Bernie Sanders basically wants to create a system where we have Medicare for all. It's a single-payer system that would make sure that every American in this country has access to health care. They will not have to worry about the cost of it because it will be paid for through taxes, okay? So Hillary did touch on that a little bit, and of course, red flags start waving as soon as a candidate starts talking about raising taxes. But let's give you the details of how it would work, and then you can decide whether or not you're in favor of it. Now, Sanders' campaign said that his system would provide health care coverage to all Americans. I like this part. Eliminate co-pays and deductibles and bring health care spending under control. That sounds pretty ambitious. How would it work? Universal health care is an idea that has been supported in the United States by Democratic presidents going back to Franklin Roosevelt and Harry Truman. That's a statement from Bernie Sanders. It is time for our country to join every other major industrialized nation on earth and guarantee health care to all citizens as a right, not a privilege. So let's stop there for a second. Interesting that in the United States, owning a gun is considered a right, but having health care coverage is considered a privilege.
Right.
That's the country we're living in right now. So
the only way to stop West Nile virus is with a gun.
The only way to stop a bad mosquito with a virus is with a good gun virus. I don't know, something like that. Yeah.
And those are lines that we heard at the debate last night.
Yeah.
They've been in his some speeches, and I think they're very effective lines.
Absolutely. He says his campaign said his campaign said the plan would cost 1.38 trillion a year, but would give 6 trillion or save 6 trillion over the next decade compared to the current healthcare system. And they cited analysis by Gerald Friedman, an economist at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. Now, much of the cost would be paid for through a 6.2% payroll tax paid by employers and a 2.2% healthcare premium on workers. It also relies on taxing capital gains, I like that, and dividends on families earning more than $250,000 a year, eliminate deductions for wealthy Americans, and raise the estate tax. So much of the burden will be on the wealthy. However, the middle class would pay an additional 2.2% in taxes in order to ensure that they have health care. Now, keep in mind, that sounds crazy. Like, I don't want to raise my taxes by 2.2%. That sounds terrible. But you would save so much money when it comes to your medical bills. I recently told a story about how I went to the doctor because of a health scare. Screening indicated that I had precancerous cells, okay? I went to do further testing just to ensure that I was safe and nothing was going on. And I had to pay $700 out of pocket during the doctor's visit, and then got billed an additional $419 because of the labs.
Yeah.
Look, we're all paying too much money for healthcare. This is what happened to me under the Affordable Care Act. I have a PPO. I shouldn't have to deal with those kinds of costs.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. I obviously I think I have to say this because if you say anything against Bernie, even secondhand, people are like, you fucking Hillary supporter. I support Bernie Sanders, but let's keep it real. You're not going to be paying 2.2% more. You're going to be paying some portion, perhaps all of that 6.2% payroll tax. Probably not the whole thing, but at least a portion of it is going to be passed on to the workers. So you'll be paying more, but you will still, at the end of the day, end up saving for an average family thousands of dollars every single year.
Absolutely.
And that is a bit confusing to explain to people that taxes going up still means you'll be saving money. But so far, he's been focusing on the $5,000 for a family thing. And I think that he needs to. People need to understand that for most families, there's nothing larger as an individual cost than health insurance. Maybe your rent or mortgage payments or something like that. But health insurance is right up there. And eliminating a significant portion of that will, for regular people, more than make up for the additional taxes, even if the wealthy under this are going to be paying more. But they can console themselves with the fact that they make more than $10 million a year.
Yeah, but how's he going to pay for it? That's what people. 90%. No matter what you say, they're just going to say no matter. And that's what I love that whole thing about free college, free healthcare. How are you going to pay for it? Well, someone's paying for it now.
Yeah.
Right. So who's paying for college now? And by the way, college not that expensive in the sense of if you look at we just spent $30 billion for all the bombs we want to drop next year in the Middle East. It would cost $60 billion to send everybody in the United States to college. So it's very affordable. People have to keep drumming this into their heads. We're the richest country the face of the earth has ever seen. We've got more money than we know what to do with. We have an economy twice the size of China. We can pay for everyone's health care and everyone's college without blinking. In fact, that's an investment in America, paying for people's college and taking people's health care off their back. Which then that money that she has to pay for overpriced healthcare system, she could then spend somewhere else, maybe buying housing or maybe
stimulating the economy.
Or stimulating the economy in other ways instead of having it be sucked out of the economy and go to the health insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies, which is where they're going now.
We shouldn't live in a country where you're afraid to go to the doctor because you're going to go bankrupt if you do, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm lucky in the sense that I have a good paying job and, a decent paying job, and I'm able to, save a little bit for situations where all of a sudden I'm billed $1,100 for a cancer screening, okay?
Yeah.
But not a lot of people are that lucky, so what do? They just don't go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they develop cancer and they die. So when we were having this whole affordable care debate, there was this whole notion of death panels, people deciding whether you live or die. That already exists to some extent, right? And the person deciding whether they live or die is the person who gets ill and is too afraid to go to the doctor because of those bills.
Or a bureaucrat who says, I'm not going to pay for your treatment, which happens all the time.
First thing a doctor says when you call, or at least the office when you call, are you insured? What's your insurance? That's the first question they ask you. That's it.
That is the first question.
And before the ACA, if you had a pre-existing condition, they would say, no, I'm just not going to insure you.
Right.
You just got death paneled right there.
So I was just listening to this guy Alan Watt. He's a philosopher. He's dead now, but this is from the '60s, and he was talking about if you talk to medical professionals, they say they spend a third of their day doing medicine and 2/3 doing paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
That's back in the '70s, '60s, and '70s. He was saying this. Imagine what it's like now. So I know that I had health problems for a couple years, and I remember my doctor would spend more time on the phone with my health insurance company trying to get my MRIs approved and everything else than she was talking to me and trying to work on me. So we get rid of all that when you get Medicare for all. And Bernie's correct. That's what we need. We need Medicare for all. He needs to say it that way. Why doesn't he say Medicare for all? That's what we need.
I mean, he used the term
and
at the debate.
There was when they were trying to make a compromise. Should we have the public option? Should we not? Ben Nelson from Nebraska wanted to shut down any kind of health care. And one of the things they was presented was, hey, maybe we let people 50 and over buy into Medicare, and that's basically the public option. So that's when you say, hey, you want that? I think that's the first. He's trying to go too much.
You think he's going too far?
I think the people are fatigued from healthcare talk, right? And I think now he wants to upend it again, and he really does want to change it, but he wants to change it for the better. Obviously, it would be better than what we have now, but he needs to just say, we need to expand Medicare. So it's not a change. It's not that big of an upheaval. People can wrap their minds around, we're going to expand Medicare. People can wrap their, but now that whole thing that we're going to get single payer, people still don't know what the F that means.
Yeah, but after 4 years of talking about this plan, a lot more people will know about it than know about it now.
I'm just saying a better way to help.
Whether this is the way to do it or not, I don't know.
Well,
I think a lot of ways to do it.
I think Jimmy has made two solid points, both
in his
during
career.
No, hold on. Hold on. About Bernie Sanders' messaging, and it never really resonated with me until you said it, and I really realized it. It's the way he frames certain things.
Yes.
And framing does matter, because if you say that you want this Medicare for all system, if you want to do a complete redo of what we went through during the Affordable Care Act, that does discourage a lot of people, which is what Hillary Clinton was banking on during the debate. She kept talking about, we went through all of this to get the Affordable Care Act. Now you want to do away with it and start from scratch. That turns a lot of people off. So he does have to change his messaging, and he does have a better plan, if you ask me. Because here's the thing. No one's going to build off the Affordable Care Act.
No.
Affordable Care Act has been around for quite some time now, and no one has tried to improve it. They keep saying that they will, but no one's going to do it.
Right, it's been around for 7 years.
Yeah.
No one's tried to improve it.
Exactly. It's just the foundation that we're going to build on. Okay, well then build on it. Hillary Clinton, you say that you've been wanting to build on it, then do it.
Yeah, to add a public option. If it could have been added in the beginning, it'd probably be added now.
Yeah.
I would be happy with the public option, because then that would be a real competition. The problem is private insurance. We have a middleman in between the doctor and the patient that's supposed to give you money, but he has to take a 33% of the money that you're spending. So it's just extra money on everything, and we have no cost controls. That's the problem with the ACA, was there was no cost control. So now we have controls to get rid of your pre-existing condition and to cover more poor people. There are good things to it, but it's still structurally flawed, because it's based on a for-profit system that gives a lot of your money to the pharmaceuticals and the insurance company. Yeah. And he's right, but he needs better messaging. And I'm offering my services again, Bernie. I'm really good with the words.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk about Donald Trump and how he's doing with polling. Recently, Nate Silver delved into what would happen in a general election. Now, he's not a fan of general election polls, especially this early on in the election cycle, but he did want to figure out whether or not Donald Trump would be popular or unpopular when it comes to general election voters. Now, there have been polls in the past indicating that Donald Trump actually wouldn't do so well when it comes to the general election, but some of Nate Silver's findings are interesting to say the least. So let's go to what he found. Trump is extraordinarily unpopular with independent voters and Democrats. Gallup polling conducted over the past 6 weeks found that Trump, with a negative 27% point net favorability rating among independent voters and a negative 70-point net rating among Democrats. Favorability ratings can vary quite a bit from pollster to pollster, however, so I went back and collected a broader array of data. Specifically, I took an average of each candidate's favorability ratings in polls from the Huffington Post pollster database since November 1st. Okay, so now you know what his methodology is. His findings are awesome, and this makes me want him to win the Republican ticket.
Nate Silver?
No.
Donald.
That I guess he's a good guy.
Donald Trump is so unpopular with Democrats that I'm expecting Al Gore to choose him for his vice presidential running mate.
I get that.
So let's take a quick look at the polls, and you can see the net favorable figure. And at the very bottom is Donald Trump. Ben Carson actually breaks even. Marco Rubio -1, Ted Cruz -7. Same with John Kasich. Carly Fiorina's at -8. And then all the way at the bottom, you have Donald Trump at -25.
There's a couple amazing things there. I mean, one that Jeb Bush is so disliked.
Yes.
Probably largely based on the name, I think. I don't think
come on,
people have that much. That's the thing, America. Give him a break. Give him a break. No, can we actually keep looking at that? Because there's a couple more interesting things there. Carly Fiorina not doing too bad. I think that's partially because most people still don't really know who she is.
Right.
There's 40% of Americans who haven't answered that. Kasich, understandably doing well. What I love about this is Donald Trump has been going out after the last Republican debate and saying, well, once you get to know Ted Cruz, you don't like him anymore. Well, motherfucker, he's got 18 points on you, and we've seen him for years, and I immediately knew I didn't like him, but he's still more likable than you. Ben Carson, it's hard to hate him, man, when he's sleeping. He just looks cute. He
doesn't pose a threat. I mean, I think Ben Carson has been really good at laying low and making his money off this campaign, and that's really all he cares about.
Yeah.
You know, even when he was surging in the polls and he was in second place, he didn't really take it seriously, right?
Yeah.
And also his campaign consisted of him bragging about the fact that he tried to stab someone when he was younger.
That was the nicest thing he'd ever done.
Amazing.
And I think that this lends a little bit more support to what I was saying after the Republican debate. Donald Trump being first among Republicans does not mean that his tactics are totally working. Republicans still despise him.
Yeah.
It is a factor of he has a lot of name recognition. He has enough people who like him, the plurality perhaps, and
this is with Republicans.
They had independents and they had Republicans as well. If you look overall, he's still disliked, and he's in a race with a bunch of other people who are splitting the vote. If they were to combine into one, like a Ted Cruz would be winning, and he'd be more likable while doing so.
Right. So let's go ahead and look at Democrats and their favorability rating. I think this is also interesting.
Now, let me ask you a question on this poll.
Sure.
This poll, is it favorability overall, general electorate, or is it just the Democrats?
No, general electorate.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, so let's look at Democrats. This is graphic number 19. I love this because Bernie Sanders is literally the only candidate running for president right now in both the Democratic and Republican parties. That's at a positive favorability rating.
The only reason they're saying that it's favorable is that they're so terrified of him being a socialist, they're worried what he'll do to them.
That's exactly right.
Exactly. I love this. And look, here's the thing. Notice that it's not just +3 and -8. Look at what those numbers add up to. Hillary Clinton has been around so long, 92% of all Americans already have an opinion about her that they probably held for an average of a decade. Bernie Sanders still has 2 out of 10 Americans that he could potentially sway. And he's already doing an amazing job of it.
That's getting me so excited. It really is.
I mean, people say that, even if Bernie gets elected, he's still going to have a Republican Congress. He is going to be FDR. He is going to get shit done. He is going to be able to use the bully pulpit. He is going to welcome their hate from Wall Street. He is not going to try to make nice with people. He is not going to start negotiating from the middle of his opponent's position and then work farther right. He is not going to do any of that stuff. He is going to do it the right way, and because he's got a track record, so I feel much more comfortable confident saying it this time than I did when I said it about that.
I know. I was thinking about that yesterday. I mean, the passion that I feel for Bernie Sanders is pretty similar to how I felt when Obama was running in 2008, and I just hope that I don't look like a fool.
Me too.
Again.
We have a little bit more evidence about Bernie Sanders than we did with that. Yeah, but to add on to what I was saying about people already knowing as much as they need to know about Hillary Clinton, and look, she's still doing very well. Like, she's generally unfavorable, but she has a lot of fans. Donald Trump is also at 91% of America already has a very good idea of what he's like, and they don't like it. Those are 2 candidates, one on the Republican side, one on the Democratic side, that people already know all this shit. Bernie Sanders, they've been seeing him for 6 months, and they like what they see, but there's still room for more people to be exposed to him.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go to break on that very good note, and when we come back, Donald Trump attacks a Supreme Court justice. Which one is it, and why? Stay tuned. we talk about TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're going to help us run the country.
Like this.
It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us. Whoa! Democracy! United! We are! Too strong! There's thousands of volunteers, and you can be among them.
With Wolfpack, the mission is so clear.
Money is killing our democracy. 96% of Americans want it. When you get the power back, oh, that feels good. This is just the beginning. Let's go get them, man. Up and at 'em. Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com.
Hey guys, welcome back to TYT. A few tweets for you. Mr. Red Penguin says, how exactly do guns obey thou shall not kill?
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you bring that up, they say it's a mistranslation. It's thou shalt not murder, and even in that context, they meant of the people of your own tribe. So I can totally kill all the people I want. It's totally fine.
Do people really make that argument?
Yes. Like those two things. One, that it means thou shalt not murder, and that it's only people in your close-knit racial religious tribe.
I love how religion is cherry-picked for people's convenience, right? That's all it's about. Like, let me interpret it the way I want to interpret it, and then I'm going to force it down other people's throats.
If it can't stop you from thinking killing a bunch of people is a bad thing, what good is it?
Yeah.
It's weird that people in this day and age twist centuries-old superstition based on fear invented by monkeys who couldn't understand what fucking thunder was. It's weird. That's weird.
Michael Cleve says, don't understand how it's either acceptable or legal to demand copays when you're forking out money for insurance already. I mean, I agree. It's part of this unregulated industry that we have in the country, and that's the reason why you need regulation, to ensure that you don't have monopolies in the country, which we do when it comes to cable providers and internet providers, to ensure that, you know, you're not getting screwed over when it comes to healthcare. Like
that would be like if like I get my salary or whatever here, and like the EPs come in and be like, hey, we're gonna need you to edit this video. I'm like, that'll be $50. I need a copay on that video. You're already getting paid. Yeah. Like, what are you paying me for if not to edit the video?
And it sucks because, like, affordable healthcare in the country, like, let's say you do an HMO, like, HMOs don't get covered. Like, a lot of doctors don't take them, right? So my mom was recently telling me, like, dump that PPO and, you know, do an HMO like I do. And this was before she got denied coverage for the dialysis she needs to stay alive by her HMO. Like you're screwed. You're screwed. It doesn't matter if it's PPO, HMO. It doesn't matter how much you pay. There's always something that doesn't get covered by your insurance. There are always doctors that you need to see that don't take your insurance.
Yeah.
It's maddening.
My brother's a Trump voter, and he's so homophobic he won't even go to an HMO. And he drinks almond milk now because he saw it said homo milk one time, and he's like, "No way! This is my brother. He's like Trump. This is what Trump voters do."
Oh man! By the way, you guys should check out Jimmy's stand-up where he continues to talk about his family.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
So funny.
Sense to Live. It's available on Hulu.
The microwave joke is my favorite.
Oh, hell yeah!
All right, let's move on to more Donald Trump, but this is an important topic because it has to do with healthcare. Recently, Donald Trump attacked Supreme Court Justice Roberts because he felt that Justice Roberts, by the way, he is... Anyway, let me start that again because I just lost my train of thought.
She was thinking about microwaves.
No, I was thinking of where I was going to go next with this presentation, but it did not work out. All right. Donald Trump was recently on ABC's This Week, and he went after Chief Justice Roberts for the way he voted for the Affordable Care Act, when, of course, it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court voted that the federal mandate was indeed constitutional. Now, let's listen to what Donald Trump had to say about Chief Justice Roberts and who else he attacked during his answer.
You know, a judge who is a totally underrated and not spoken is Justice Thomas. I mean, if you look at some of the judges that we have, like on the Supreme Court, Justice Roberts turned out to be a nightmare for conservatives. Ted Cruz was the one that really wanted Justice Roberts to go on the Supreme Court. You know that, right? Have you heard that?
I heard he worked with Roberts.
Let me just say, he was pushing him hard. Justice Roberts gave us Obamacare. Obamacare would have been terminated twice if it weren't for Justice Roberts. First time 100%, second time 90% that would have died of its own weight. But Justice Roberts could have killed Obamacare and should have, based on everything, should have killed it twice. Ted Cruz is the one that was promoting him. Ted Cruz and also Jeb Bush. But Justice Roberts was the man that gave us, and remember it, he gave us Obamacare almost as much as Obama himself.
So during the initial vote in the Supreme Court regarding the Affordable Care Act, Justice Roberts voted against it and then later changed his vote. So that was a big controversy among conservatives. And remember, Chief Justice Roberts was appointed by George W. Bush, and everyone expected him to be the conservative justice that would throw the Affordable Care Act out. But it didn't work out that way. But understand that attack wasn't about the Supreme Court. That attack was about Ted Cruz, right?
Yeah, he was so mad about it. He was orange in the face. So I did some reading into John Roberts because it seemed to me like this is a stupid thing to say. Like, yeah, okay, he sided with the liberals on the court in that particular case to not totally destroy an established system of medicine across the entire country. But I don't think that means he's a liberal. And that vote, he had been, when did he get brought in? 2004, 2005? That was the second time that he had voted with the four liberals to make a 5-4 vote. 2 times after years and years and years of decisions, and he's a disaster as a result. He's also the person, by the way, who gave us Citizens United and created the mess of a financial campaign finance system that we have today.
Yeah.
And so, look, has he voted every time how a crazed conservative would want? No. That shows that he at least has something like a heart or a brain inside of him. But he is very much a conservative justice.
But when he voted for the ACA, it allowed Mexicans to rape women, white women, and Muslims also to be raping and killing and the things.
I'm surprised that amendment made it through the Senate.
Me too. Yeah. That is what it's all about.
Weird one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, we shouldn't be in favor of activist judges, regardless of what your political ideology is, right? I want judges to take a look at our Constitution, take a look at our laws, and make rulings based on that. I don't want, liberal judges making decisions based on their liberal stances or their political ideology, and I don't want the same for conservatives either.
Yeah.
I think that I hate the federal mandate. I hate it. I hate the fact that we're forced to buy from private insurers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But the way that they ruled on that, in my opinion, made sense. Okay, I wish we had another option, but the Supreme Court ruling made sense. Republicans are angry that they didn't repeal Obamacare, sorry, at least we have some change when it comes to health insurance in the country. At least they're not able to deny you access to health insurance if you have a pre-existing condition.
Yeah.
You're allowed to stay on your parents' insurance until the age of 26. There's some good things that came out of it, although I hate the federal mandate.
Well, I mean, I would say, I don't like the idea of it necessarily, but I think that we more don't like the idea of it because you're being forced to buy from private.
That's exactly right.
I mean, if we had single payer and somehow you could opt out of that to not have the tax or something, I mean, there's a downside to not everybody being in the system. And we talk very often about there not being cost controls. That's one of the very limited cost controls we have, is that people aren't going to emergency rooms and being charged far more that then goes to the taxpayer because they can't actually pay for it. It sucks.
Yeah.
But it does have good outcomes
No.
to some extent.
To some extent, but if that's the only cost control that you have in place, forcing Americans to buy from private insurance, then insurance companies are going to continue what they've been doing over the last few years. They're going to keep raising the premiums, which they've been doing, okay? Yeah. They cover less and less of the things that you need, which I've experienced firsthand. And so, yes, the Affordable Care Act did achieve some good things, but there's still a major problem there when it comes to cost control, even when you force people to buy into private insurance.
I think the next step will be, if Bernie gets to be president, it will be public option. And so when you can't force someone to buy from a private company, but you can force them to have a government, which will be better because they won't deny you coverage and they won't charge you co-pays and up the ass, which is what private insurance companies do. I dread having to go to the doctor and get because you just never know what they're going to try.
Arbitrary amount.
I literally went in, my ankle was hurting, right? So I went into my foot doctor over at Cedars, and
he gets paid every time he mentions that name.
Cedars, and they have a great foot and ankle clinic over there. Anyway, so I get the foot inserts, right? Yeah. So they make a mold of your foot. So I needed new ones. I hadn't had them in like 6 years. New ones made. So I'm getting new ones made, and hopefully this will help. They don't pay for it.
Yeah.
They send me a thing. Hey, where did this injury happen? Who should we go after to get this money? It's not an injury. My ankle hurts. I need a new thing. Did it happen at work? No, it didn't happen. Did you get injured at home? It's not an injury.
Just take a map and start drawing lines all over it. It's every fucking step I've taken over the past 6 years has steadily destroyed my ankle.
Yes.
That's how the human body works. It sucks.
And they'd rather pay someone to fill out a paper and put it in an envelope and send it to my house and have a mailman bring it to ask me how I was injured. I got to write it back and send it. All this bullshit, but just pay for it. I'm sick. I have a problem. Pay for it. We can cut out all that bullshit.
And pay for it because I've been paying you every month and doing everything that I'm supposed to do, and you're still not giving the coverage I need. It's maddening.
By the way, him having a bad ankle, and if it doesn't get fixed, him potentially either losing work or being slower on the job or whatever, maybe in his job, like pacing the stage, I don't know if it matters, but I'm saying, like, those sorts of things, you might say, well, we can't fix every problem, but those sorts of things can cause lower productivity, they can hurt the output of a business. Like, it matters that we fix these things, and that we don't allow it to get worse over the course of years until his foot falls off or something, and that's 10 times the cost to fix it.
And that's not a scandal. Like, it's not the headline in the New York Times every day. Americans still paying twice as much for shittier health care than the rest of the world. That should be the headline in the New York Times every day. Americans still paying twice as much for shittier outcomes in health care. Have a good day.
All right, guys, let's take a break. When we come back, we will do the second hour. I just want to thank Jimmy and John for doing the first hour with me. You guys
Thank you for having me. You remember my last name?
Jimmy Dore.
Thank you very much. That's
More Dore. All right, guys, come back after the break. We'll read some TYT Lives and start the second hour.
Borrowed money from the Chinese and they give it to us because they're nice people. We're a bunch of capitalists borrowing money from a bunch of communists so we can bring democracy to a bunch of Muslims who don't even fucking want it. I saw a comedian on the TV, he said, if you're 30, 35, 40 and you still work at a fast food restaurant, you're a loser. I was like, oh, thank God. Somebody finally stood up to the minimum wage worker and took them down a few pegs. That's the beauty of Facebook, right? You find out that you really don't like your friends. I think a lot of the gay guys themselves voted against gay marriage. I'd love to marry you. I can't wait. Let me go vote. No. And then afterwards, you act upset about it. Oh, I wanted to marry you, but they made it illegal.
will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Shag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox and 4 Parts without commercial interruption. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, Cyril Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hardballs confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Shaker of War Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Jr. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the dog. The revolution will not make you the 5-pound sit-up because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead road or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen heartland. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at a 32 or 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the replay. There will be no pictures of Willie Young when he run out of Harlem on the rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion on Still Life or Roy Wilson rolling through white in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hills, and Hollywood Churches will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if they finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. I'm often masturbating photos of myself. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose.
Also masturbation.
The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Jerry Humdick, or the Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight terms that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
Good evening, everybody. How are y'all this evening? We are here live, and as y'all know, I'm Celeste. If you didn't know, I'm Celeste. And co-hosting with me this evening is going to be Denise. Denise, hi, how are you?
Hi, great, how are you?
I'm hanging in there, my normal nervous.
Me too.
I'm glad you're co-hosting with me today. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you for your input on the broadcast that we put together. I really, really appreciate the research you did.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
And we have tonight doing our on-air comment moderation is going to be Ryan. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm good. Hey, Celeste. Hey, Denise. Happy to be here.
Understand that it's a little bit cold up there in the Great White North. You're experiencing a little bit of vortex issue?
Yeah, it's been like single digits or below zero the past few days, and I'm already sick of it, so bring on the spring.
Bring on the spring. Excellent. Okay, that opening video that you saw, that was Brewster Holmes, no relation. In all seriousness, no relation. And it was called Gil Scott Heron, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. Now, I think that those of us here at Bernie TV would kind of disagree with that a little bit, because that is exactly what we are trying to do, is broadcast the revolution. Pardon me. We are currently working on getting our stream for this evening for the Birmingham Future to Believe in rally, and it's coming from the historic Bootwell Memorial Auditorium. So, kind of right at the
the early portion of our program here, we are going to watch me jump over to the Rundown Creator. And John, if you have an opportunity, could you pull up from A3 the HuffPost article?
It's a good HuffPost article. And take off the echo there. You should say hi to the more than 250 people that have joined us already.
Oh, God, I didn't need to know that number. Oh, now I'm really going to be nervous. No. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Okay, I'm not a professional. I'm just someone sitting here pretending to be someone.
Doing a better job ethically and morally than most journalists today. So thank you for being here, Celeste. Here's that HuffPost article. Fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much. John and I kind of worked this out a little bit where what I'm going to have him do is just kind of scroll through the article while I, pinpoint a couple of highlights out of it. All of these articles and things that you're going to see during our broadcast today, we pull off the net and we do our best to provide links. For you, and this is part of one of the reasons why we need more volunteers is to help with some of the more professional little tweaking aspects.
I think he might have appeared on other shows, right?
This is a HuffPost article, and it's written by H.A. Goodman. And Mr. Goodman states in the opening paragraph that he believes Bernie Sanders is going to win the first four contests of the 2016
And we also have
Democrat.
Cranston, obviously, from Think Tank. Hannah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm excited. The 2016 Democratic primary, for the same reasons he won the endorsements of 170 economists, MoveOn.org, and The Nation. He believes that Senator Sanders has dominated the last Democratic debate because he's never had to evolve from a conservative vantage point towards a progressive stance. As we all know, Bernie, for 50 years, dating back to his college days and core in the 60s,
water, and it's finally
been pretty progressive,
get a little bit of attention
especially
from
by what we are
politicians, not just on a local
today.
level, but also on a
Hillary
national
Clinton
level.
voted
Now,
for the Iraq
water
War,
has been
calling it a
contaminated with
mistake.
lead.
Pushed for the
If you
Trans-Pacific
look at
Partnership
images
45
that are now
times.
circulating on the internet, you can see
Don't get me
just
started.
how obvious
Recently
it is
supported
that the water
sending
is
U.S. ground
contaminated.
troops to fight ISIS
Apparently,
and accepted money from prison lobbyists.
Michigan changed
So,
the water source, and
the
when
rest
they
of
did
the
so,
article,
they cut some corners,
he starts
and
detailing
unfortunately,
out
the piping that was utilized
just
leaked
the number of
lead
flips
into
and
the
flops
water.
that
So people have been getting sick.
Secretary of
It
State
hasn't been
Clinton
getting
has
a lot of
gone through
attention. And so
since the campaign has started and
decided
her
to
involvement
talk about this a
from
little bit during the last
2008 when she
Democratic
was running
debate.
against
So let's
Barack
take a
Obama.
quick look at what Hillary Clinton had to say, and then what Bernie Sanders had to
As
say.
the article goes on, he states on major issues there's only one Democrat running in 16. Once Bernie Sanders wins Iowa and New Hampshire, his chances of winning Nevada and especially South Carolina will increase exponentially, as stated by South Carolina Congressman James Clyburn in the Washington Post. If Senator Sanders comes out of Iowa and New Hampshire with big victories, if he comes out of there with big victories, it could very well be a new day. I'd like to certainly think that we are looking at the dawn of a new day coming up in Iowa in a couple of weeks.
I'll tell you what.
A little bit farther on in the article, Mr. Goodman states, Bernie Sanders is on his way to a decisive win in 2016, primarily because the Clinton campaign doesn't know how to communicate with voters. Nothing illustrates this fact better than a NOLA.com article titled Why Hillary Clinton Rosa Parks logo was wrong. And then
I want to be a president
quote
takes
from
care
NOLA
of the
is
big
effectively
problems and
that
the problems
one
that
relatively mild Twitter criticism
every
expressed
day.
Clinton was able to trap back in time and secure Parks' endorsement. And a comment suggested that it's an example of white people co-opting the things that black people have done. And
a man who acts that irresponsibly should not stay in power.
Luther King Day celebrated nationally throughout the country, and we've had government offices closed today, and post offices, and
but before we get into the details of what the president's planning on doing and what could happen in the future with this crisis, I want you guys to jump in.
It's
Flint,
kind of difficult, I think, and I mentioned this to my co-host, John and Janine and Ryan as well, that it feels a little odd being up here on Martin Luther King Day, trying to discuss what Martin Luther King Day means. So I'm just going to kind of continue on here. Hillary Clinton's minority outreach over the last week has rekindled the idea that she is a candidate who is out of touch, particularly when it comes to minorities. And this is a quote out of the Daily Beast article titled Hillary Clinton's tone-deaf racial pandering. That is also in Mr. Goodman's article that I'm reading from.
This is not an issue.
In less than 3 months, Clinton managed to pander 3 times to the 2 demographic groups her campaign needs to remain competitive.
And I do think that
Boston's Black Lives Matter president Donasia Yancey stated Clinton's racial justice record is abysmal. In 2008, against Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton was willing to use racial and Islamophobia against Obama's campaign, and Islamophobia. Clinton's campaign even complained of dirty tricks. So, we're kind of looking at some of the same stuff, and a little bit later on, I pulled some stuff up having to do with the little dust-up that took place right before the debate on Sunday evening regarding Bernie Sanders' health. So I'm not even going to touch on that right at this moment.
And this was something that was entirely
and finally,
when you
have to post article from last Wednesday that Mr. Goodman wrote titled Bernie Sanders will win the Democratic nomination and presidency in a landslide. Just at 210 Facebook likes for that article. 210 Facebook likes in less than a week. That doesn't happen unless some paradigm shattering is about to take place. Don't be surprised when Bernie Sanders dominates in 16.
Michigan.
Denise, what do you think
about the state of emergency? President Barack Obama did declare a state of emergency went on Saturday.
One quote about
Sanders had already called on Snyder, a Republican, to step down. Clinton used the opportunity of the closing statement at the debate to argue that if the crisis had happened again in the Detroit suburbs, he would have been super sad, right? Now, Hillary Clinton's statement
it's what I've been talking about to my friends and family, driving them crazy.
Sanders strong statements about it as well. Now, Governor Snyder did respond to it, so it's photograph number 6. Here's what he has to say. He said political statements that finger pointing from political candidates only distract from solving the Flint water crisis.
The media blackout.
Seems like you're that interested in solving it. Seems like you were
starting to crack a little bit because they're just not having any
you
choice.
Don't like the finger pointing.
We've now done 4 debates. We're now 2 weeks away from the Iowa caucuses. So
exactly,
they just can't completely ignore him or dismiss him like they have.
I'm seeing blood levels in children. Lead levels for children rising, and all these other sort of scientific analyses going into how much lead is in the water. The guy who released that started calling him a rogue.
The press they want some great headline of him picking on Hillary or saying something negative, which he doesn't do as being that open. So that can be frustrating to watch too.
Links people to
very, very much so. Very much so. Brian, how are we doing on your end? Do we have any comments of interest or questions or anything that's being thrown out there?
Water filtered cartridges and other items for residents capped initially at $5 million. Now, according to the Detroit Free Press, they get into the details as to why this happened. So Flint's drinking water became contaminated with lead after the city temporarily switched its supply source in 2014 from Lake Huron, water treated by the Detroit Water and Sewage Department, to more corrosive and polluted Flint River water treated at the Flint Water Treatment Plant. The state Department of Environmental Quality has acknowledged a mistake in failing to require addition of needed corrosion control chemicals to the water.
Robin Morris
lead, which causes brain damage and other health problems in children.
Hillary last night talking about how Bernie voted for deregulating the
something that, it has been covered by the media a little bit, but this is
into law
drinking water, okay? Not a privilege, it's something that we need to survive. And these people have been forgotten about.
There are a few times during the debate where I kind of had some of those same looks that Bernie had on his face, which is just, are you kidding me? And I knew that I I was
very little.
Since I was doing comment moderation in the background, nobody could see me and hear me and all that good stuff. Oh, I was cussing up a storm, just cussing up a storm about some of that. It was ridiculous.
To get people to listen.
Now, I understand from some of the little videos I've seen, and yeah, there you go. John's got the vine up.
Yeah, so something very similar to this scenario happened in DC.
Yeah, I was going to show you that a lot.
So that can kind of give us some insight to what the trajectory is going to look like for Flint. And basically,
his looks were priceless. There was
some damages that their children faced because of lead poisoning.
And I cannot remember exactly what it was that Hillary was saying. But it was just so outrageous that you just saw kind of Bernie. It was even more intense than that. Look on that line.
It's morally wrong, is what it is.
Denise,
was it when she was talking about healthcare? Because I know that really gets
residents who are mostly minorities and mostly
poor. He's been saying the same thing all along. This is my healthcare plan. This is what's going to happen.
And the wealthy
she just keeps
do, and that's
pulling
really,
stuff out, and I don't know. She keeps trying to twist it into something negative, which
voice for the
is amazing. It's amazing.
We need those advocates
yeah,
in society, or we're going to have states.
Again, you kind of have to.
Another part of the
I jumped into the cognitive dissonance of do you not realize that YouTube exists and that so much of anything that's been televised is kind of available on YouTube or a number of other sources if you know how to look for stuff.
Good, especially considering the fact that the leak started in October of 2015 and we're now well into January of 2016 and there's no end in sight.
Well, Killer Mike appeared in the spin room last night, and I have hardly seen any coverage of that at all.
The latest video shows you in infrared
John,
how
if you could pull
disastrous this leak is, and some in California or at least in the area believe that their pets are now being impacted as well. So take a quick look at the video.
And I just want to say on that, you guys,
so there's a regular
there's actually,
video.
hashtag Sanders are
There,
trending on Twitter earlier and has been trending for a while. Bernie Sanders,
just how bad
look at that. It's actually
understand that Porter Ranch is a very affluent part of the San Fernando Valley. People living there have money. All of them have been, or most of them have been evacuated to safe housing, so they're not inhaling the methane and getting sick as a result of that. It could cause
it's like we are broadcasting the revolution if you're looking for it. It's
and so people are wondering whether or not there's going to be any type of
Pitchfork article is titled "Killer Mike represents Bernie Sanders in post-Maine spin room," and it's just a real short little article. But down a little bit farther within the article are three little short lines, and they're hilarious.
Many are questioning whether
and I don't know. I could not figure out how to get the links
in nearby
to have John be able to play those.
I mean, the thing is that the SoCal Gas Company is telling people not to leave their pets outside.
It's tiny. If you want to run,
yeah, they're short clips. I'm good with it. Denise, Ryan, you want to read
a pet? So you guys talk about it for another 2 minutes, and let me get it framed up.
I've never had a pet.
Okay, that'll sound good. I'll just kind of cover what it says here, and then we can talk about Killer Mike. This is from last night. So Senator Sanders participated in NBC's News Democratic debate. Immediately after the debate, Killer Mike fielded questions on Senator Sanders' behalf in the spin room. He discussed why he supported Sanders' policies, whether or not he would consider support Hillary Clinton, why Sanders was jealous of Mike's attire during their first meeting, and why Sanders reminds Mike of the Beastie Boys. I'm not familiar with the Beastie Boys, people, so not even I'm old.
Think about the natural wildlife that lives in that area that is being impacted, right? So this has ramifications not only to human health, not only to our environment, but also animals living in this area, pets living in this area. And there needs to be enough organization to ensure
probably because I'm becoming like a second mom, I guess.
The places they're living in now. Their property values are going down. There's so many different components of their lives that are being destroyed because of this company refusing to do its due diligence and making sure that there are safeguards in place to do something should a leak persist. And a leak has persisted, but they don't have a solution, which is why they're projecting that, hey, maybe in late March we'll be able to solve this. That's insane. It started in October. Well, yeah, that's another issue with it. They're saying there's all these short-term effects, right? So they're talking about the nosebleeds and people, not going outside and things like that. And then the long-term effects, yeah, you're going to be exposed to benzene, which is, a carcinogen for humans, but that's long-term. And then that's not even tied, it's not even correlated with the fact that, okay, we're not going to be able to fix this for a few months. I don't understand why that's not being put together in the media, that people are being exposed to this, people and animals, like you were saying, wildlife. I mean, we don't know how that's going to affect some of Roger Porter Ranch residents were saying that they were having dead birds in their backyard. There's a lot of different components here, and you're right, like there needs to be a way that these people are compensated, but also bigger picture, figuring out how this town is going to come back. Right. I mean, we have a entire political party. We'll let you continue. You got 3 tries.
How will Sanders pass legislation in Republican Congress?
The banks will get massive corporations, and this is the problem with deregulation. This is what happens when you don't ensure that there are laws put in place to protect the people. The reason why so much deregulation is happening is not because the Republican Party is more powerful than the Democratic Party. It's because both parties have members that have been bought off by these corporations, that are funded by these corporations, and so they have a vested interest to continue to deregulate.
It's California. Can't you buy?
Right.
I don't think that argument like that, they're making it possible that you on the outside
okay, well, we tried. Again, pretend that you're in the 1950s and we're, executing live broadcasting. That's just the way it is.
Sorry guys, so the changes are regularly what they are able to do to people who cannot defend themselves.
And also, for all the free market people out there, we're like,
when he decided Sanders' skills as a speaker, Killer Mike replied, I think he's damn good. I think he's, I think he's of the Beastie Boys lineage. He definitely could have killed it with the boys from Brooklyn.
This company knows it, and so if there's a monopoly like that, then they get to do whatever they want. There's no competition here whatsoever, okay? And if there's no competition, they can do whatever they want, and they're going to cut corners. They want to make money.
So
all right, let's go ahead and take our first break. When we come back, the big tennis controversy that everyone's been talking about, we'll give you the details on that.
I love Killer Mike. He, like you said, you behind the camera, you're the one who's going to. You have to take this and run, and it's not just one vote. It's going to be the entire time he's president. We're going to have to be standing up for what we believe in. So,
and that brings up the perfect segue into, and it's not just the presidential election. We have got to be involved in our local elections. We have got to be involved in our state elections, but we have also got to be involved in the midterm elections. It's during the midterm elections that, it really skews towards the Republican side of the tickets, because they always seem to manage to get their base out where, liberals and progressives are like herding cats. You laugh.
Not this time. I gotta argue. We're organized this time.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we're better. We're better. We're getting better at it. The deal is how well is this organization going to stay together after the nomination process, into the general election process, and then how are we going to hold together during the first 4 years when Bernie needs us? Because clearly I'm assuming that Bernie's going to be the president.
Of course he is. We just all need to continue doing what we're doing, and a big difference, I think, is the internet. What we're doing here right now is huge, and Bernie's base is all over if you look at any of the numbers you see coming out, it's young people on the internet. So, we have this tool now that and Bernie has been an expert. You got to give the guy credit. He really knows how to use it, and the people behind him know how to use it. So it's been working, and I just think if we continue using it that way, it'll work for 4 years. Yeah.
And I'm going to take this moment to do a quick segue that I don't really have in my notes, but it came up when John and Janine and Scott were attempting to do a news broadcast at noon today. That would have been noon my time, I believe. And that's going to be a new daily thing, is the Bernie News Hour. I believe, John, is that correct?
TYT. I want to read some of your TYT
live.
Bernie edition,
all right, so and it's just 9 a.m. for me, noon for you.
It is impossible to quantify the hours, months, years.
But yeah, it's going to be a daily news show
because we can help of life. And so there's the Flint, Michigan story and the Porter Ranch story. I don't know which one you're referring to, but both are
kind of like our older broadcasts where we don't really have anything laid out. We're just going to come and give you the news, and we hope you'll join us. But the other thing that I wanted to go into was, John, during that broadcast, you were talking about another app, and it wasn't pardon me, not the Field the Burn app, not the GoRally.co app, but there was another app you were Connect with Bernie, I believe that's it.
Yeah, you are when it comes to government issues.
And I saw you talking about that earlier. Would you like to share a little bit on that?
Housing market, looking for data regarding the housing market.
This is just a subdomain off of Sanders' website.
Mini Chernobyl right now.
Yeah. So it's connect.berniesanders.com.
All right, let's move on to some other news today. The BBC and BuzzFeed spoke to a whistleblower that revealed there could be an issue of match fixing in tennis games. Now, over the last decade, 16 players who have ranked in the top 50 have been repeatedly flagged by something known as the Tennis Integrity Unit, or TIU, over suspicions that they've thrown in matches. Now, the big issue with this story is that the TIU got this information, and they didn't do further investigations to ensure that this match fixing isn't happening. So let me simplify it for you before I get into the nitty-gritty of the details. So essentially what's happening is there are these big gamblers that are allegedly paying up to $50,000 to tennis players to basically throw off the match. Okay, so here, I'm going to give you $50,000 and I want you to purposely lose the match. Okay, and so BuzzFeed and BBC did not release
Thank you, John. Appreciate you bringing that up. I wanted to make sure that we started hitting some of that information as we're going through the process here. And Ryan, can I bring you in and see what you got to say on the articles and what our watchers and our chatters have to say?
Against them, indicating that
was a better way to describe that.
This entity didn't actually go after them and do further investigation.
Not many questions.
The documents we have obtained show the inquiry found betting syndicates in Russia, northern Italy, and Sicily making hundreds of thousands of pounds betting on matches investigators thought to be fixed. 3 of these matches were actually in a confidential report from the tennis authorities in 2008. The inquiry team said 28 players involved in these matches should be investigated, but the findings were never followed up. Tennis introduced a new anti-corruption code back in 2009, but after taking legal advice, we're told previous corruption offenses
already
could not
starting
be
to sway
so we have more information, but I want you guys to jump in on this. I think this is really interesting for a lot of reasons, but here's the thing. So you said $50,000. So for maybe a low-level tennis player, that is a lot of money, and that may be worth kind of, I guess, throwing your career for. But for some of the top players, people that were approached, now ESPN said that
the poll numbers are coming up. He's in a statistical dead heat nationally right now,
right?
And I can't see that once we start getting into to the Iowa caucus and New Hampshire caucus, that that momentum just is going to continue to build. And you have several prominent leaders within the African American movement. The new movement, the new civil rights movement.
And so they think that maybe it is because tennis is kind of known as like a gentleman's
Reclaim MLK. There was a lot of that trending today on Twitter. There's a lot of, again, it's like the revolution is being broadcast if you're looking for it. There's a lot of protests taking place nationally over a number of different issues. John, there was,
and then they don't want that negative
I think I'm going to jump out of line a little bit, but I did a slide in the polling. Could you check into the slides? I think it might be
where
five
there
or
is a tremendous amount of
five or six.
deniability that you have if you are corrupt or the minority for the game vote, because it's very much
really all of us sitting here right now are
worried about
can't speak too well
as a team. Now think about in tennis.
None of us are minorities.
If you're playing tennis,
I'm an extremely privileged white male.
it's very easy to
so I really don't have any
show that you made a stumble
my own observation,
right?
and kind of explain it away. And so I think maybe that's why people were able to
endorsing Bernie Sanders and
take this risk, because you can have a tremendous amount of live stumbles. And it's very convincing.
And also the people who aren't sort of the top players, like the Djokovic's and the Agassis and things like that, they actually don't make that much money. So it's maybe a payout like $50,000 for the walk down. But for the top players, it still seems kind of crazy.
I'm a big supporter, by the way. Linda Carlisle with Gogo is just doing.
But if we're talking like $25 million, maybe it makes a little bit more sense.
Maybe it's easier.
Everybody switching sides.
I'm trying to figure out.
In your head.
You have to do a cost-benefit analysis if you're a tennis player or a professional athlete of any sort, because
doesn't matter whether you're man,
you're right.
doesn't matter whether you're black, white,
throwing
yellow,
your
purple,
career away,
honestly,
right? And
even
taking
lower
this
order
small
males
amount of money.
can
So
figure
I
this
don't
way out.
understand whether there are other incentives
I guess there's
involved.
hope for the Republican
Maybe
base
there are
that when
other
you talk about
factors
lower
involved.
order
Maybe they're
males.
just kind of over the whole kind of thing. Maybe they see their career dwindling as it is, and so they decide to make these decisions. Or maybe they don't think they're going to get caught. I mean, like, they're barely allowed to
taxes. Okay.
You know what I mean? This is a pretty
I'll let you have your delusion.
So maybe they just think like, if this isn't going to make a big show of this, and I can get away with getting an extra $50K, I'll lose whatever, I'll make $10. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the coach
so Mark Phillips is a vetting investigator. Released a statement about this. He says the evidence was really strong. There appears to be a really good chance to nip it in the bud
coloring they give Hillary
out
is
there
in
to root out the
blue.
big bad
Martin
apple.
O'Malley,
But
bless his
unfortunately,
deep
that
and
is
heart
not
is down there.
the
And some sort of burnt umberish,
BBC
and
and
they've got
BuzzFeed
this
News have decided not to name
what
the players
we used to
because
refer
without
to in the
access to
70s
their
as
phone, bank, and computer records, it's not possible to determine whether they may have been personally taking part in
the polling. Clearly, during the debate, when this was shot, you can see that Bernie was trending all over on top of Hillary and Martin. He was just.
The chances of you getting caught
Martin's numbers look kind of like wages have for the past 40 years for the bottom 99.
Before the match, so maybe there isn't a sort of feasible way to see.
Okay, Denise, you're laughing.
Well,
come on up.
Have
your say.
Officials behind tennis have the ability to access these records should they choose to investigate. But it seems as though they're not interested in investigating.
I don't have the slide up, so I can't see it.
Look, whenever there's money involved, there are people that
even when the Republicans
and so it's up to those who do some sort of oversight, those who actually are supposed to do the investigation, to do their jobs.
It's been great
to do their jobs according to this investigation or this expose by BBC and
the map of America.
So we'll see what happens. But
John,
it sounds
did you pull that one up?
Yes.
Yeah, I love that
virus that might really impact the tennis world. It might be tennis's.
You have to kind of read the map.
It does sound as if it's more widespread.
Let's see, where is Hillary trending in that?
Wasn't it? I know I've seen a video on this. At least one.
Then there clearly are
fell out of his chair, shorted his pants or something, or
that we are not privy to, and that makes me think that it's a lot more.
Well, they just don't know what to do with this because their biggest problem has been since Bernie entered the race. They have not given him enough serious attention to their own viewership, right? So that they don't know how to kind of handle covering their lack of coverage. It's like all of a sudden Bernie is out there to these people and it's like, who the hell is he? That's what you're getting.
Pictures and videos were released to the public.
Ryan, what do we have going on in chat? I'm quite sure that I have at least one or two people who go along with me in this.
Two men from Chicago
and Denise.
And John. Second suspect is Ed Majerski. I can't even say his name.
Are you muted, Ryan?
You're close enough. Majerski.
People are just talking about how
a Chicago man is accused of fishing his way into sexually explicit photos from celebrities, including Jennifer Lawrence, Kate Upton,
We're going to make the country
Justin
purple.
Verlander, Kristen Dunst, and others. In total, there were more than 100 victims. Now, the way that this happened is
what delighted me,
interesting.
you know, not just the fact that it was the whole country, but
they just every report said they hacked into the iCloud.
Texas,
so
is
that just
part
made
of
me
that
panic,
purple.
and I deleted everything from my iCloud. And I was like, I don't need. First of all, I don't have nude pictures or videos in existence, so if you're interested in that, you're never going to find it.
How about if we jump over to a couple of
because I don't want people looking at my personal pictures anyway. I have pictures of my family, whatever. And so I deleted everything, and I'm like, I don't want to be a victim in any way, shape, or form. But then I found out how they did the hacking, and it's so easy to fall victim to this. So basically, what they did,
I caught that one last night through our Slack. I want to thank Eddie for posting that one up in there.
Apple. And it indicated that their account had been compromised in some way.
Go ahead.
So it said, click on this link and sign in. And once you click on the link and sign in, you give the hackers your login information, and so they can log in.
Sorry about that. I forgot.
I got this
We're missing a team member. Janine is actually having a life
today. And I looked at it and I was like, I initially freaked out. I'm like, oh my God, who's hacking?
She's out having fun.
And then the only thing you need to do.
Okay, so here's our next meet, and clearly this is off.
Apple is not going to operate from a Gmail account. Even if it's a fake website. This happened to me with my website. It happened to GoDaddy.
Thank you. Wheel of Fortune.
Call GoDaddy. Call Apple. Like it's very simple.
Can we figure out what is up on the board?
I was nearly defrauded.
Denise, would you like to take
because they now
Unfortunately, I can't see it. I'm sorry.
Send you.
Ryan, how about you? What does it say on the board?
I'd like to solve the problem. And they just said, click this link.
Lobby groups are destroying America.
To sign into the
Yay!
website.
You got it.
You know what a Republican sees when they read this?
The site.
They see everything's fine.
All you have to do is look at
everything's fine. There's no problem.
URL.
Exactly
how it's have the website name.
Okay, so tell me how I'm supposed to talk to people like that, John?
Yeah.
I don't know. It is so easy to kind of get tricked into that.
So yeah, I think that is one of like the silver linings.
I like this one personally. My favorite.
To light is that we can kind of look at these are the things that we can look for.
This one's really cute. You know, you just love the way it's like we all start off gung ho for Hillary, and then we just kind of fade into the bushes, and we just merge a Bernie supporter.
There was a ton of victim blaming.
It's interesting. There are a number of previously announced Clinton supporters who are coming over to Bernie's side. Actually, there were some blurbs through social media news outlets that were talking about
investigated. They are criminal suspects.
The comment that Joe Biden made last week, and somebody else I can't remember, but that sort of being a very subtle way at other Democrats that they might want to.
There's no charges against them yet, and
they're kind of free to roam. And I think they were talking about delegates, but I'm not
they
sure.
hacked into their account.
Ryan,
the victim
you
blaming
jump in on that one.
I'm very curious how they would react.
I see on Twitter a lot of Republican people that say I've always been a Republican and I'm voting for Bernie. I see it more and more. It seems like as days go on, more and more people are changing sides, and welcome. We welcome you with open arms.
Right.
Glad to have you.
But I also think that there is a celebrity blaming as well that happens when people say, well, you've chosen to be put in a guy, and
much less of a bipartisan feel to it because of the extremists in Donald Trump on the right and
which is of course
the left wing having Bernie Sanders come up, even though he's not really that liberal when you look at the
and as I said,
general population and what they're after.
They're investigating it, so I don't want to immediately say that this guy is guilty. I'm just glad that officials are still looking into this. They haven't forgotten about it. One other point that I do want to make, though, is the only reason why this is being investigated, although I agree that it should be,
it definitely does not feel like any presidential election that I can recall in my lifetime. And here again, I'll date myself, but there have been quite a few that I actually have memory of, clear memory of.
30 of those iCloud accounts, and I'm talking about like the other 325 people we're talking about.
I got to break it for a second.
I understand that. And that's
kind of cool
and she is very vocal. She was very vocal about it, and good for her.
No, well, Glenn Fry died, everybody, which is sad.
All right.
So,
The Obama administration is planning on investing $4 billion in Silicon Valley for autonomous cars. These are self-driving cars that, of course, Google has been developing for quite some time now. And it sounds like good news, especially when you consider that these driverless cars could, in the long run, be safer than cars that are being manipulated by human beings. So the investment, which would be budgeted over a 10-year period, will be used to accelerate the development and adoption of safe vehicle automation through real-world pilot projects. The White House has pledged simply a proposal with no details, not a definitive investment. So they haven't invested anything yet. Just calm down. The nearly $4 billion in suggested spending will appear in the administration's 2017 budget. Now, automated vehicles promise to move people and goods more efficiently than we are moving them today. And when automation is combined with other technologies like electric motors and innovations coming out of the sharing economy, we will be able to reduce congestion and pollution even further. This is exciting. I enjoy driving my car when there's no traffic, but when there is traffic, I wish I had someone driving me so I can get work done. There's endless opportunities. This is exciting, and I'm glad that the Obama administration has this on its radar. I think there are a lot of concerns, and I think I have my own fears about having an automated car, but when something like this is happening, you have to kind of weigh cost and benefits, and in this case, the benefits are super high, and I think Obama's investment is almost too low, because when you look at,
thank you, John. Okay, well, let me go back and check with Ryan and, anything interesting going on in chat.
And then
that
we look at the
talk about for a little bit before I move on to the more
other sorts of
what I'm going to call the heavier end of the program.
$4 billion seems kind of small. Especially with the huge implications something like this can have.
That's very, very true. I'm really excited about it.
Ripping on you.
A little bit. I'm not on the A game today, I guess, but
kind of an explorer.
They are giving me a whole lot of questions to work with,
kind of a research and development budget in my mind, and
no, I mean, I'll jump into the conversation
with the idea of it, but I believe that it's worth having many questions. And
that's all right. Maybe there's not a lot to ask.
The budget is going. Can we please at least start having a conversation?
Yeah, well, that's kind of the deal when you start presenting out news and information, and anyway. Now we can all sit here and go off on opinions if we want, because I know that we all have those.
You know what I got there? Just run real quick. I actually have somebody that's there.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know what their plans are on Twitter.
And they got a little video here
I can't imagine that
waiting to get inside
$4 billion and then walking
away.
It's pretty clear.
Right, and just to address some of the concerns of the driverless cars that have been involved in crashes during testing, Google alleges that those crashes are caused by other cars crashing into their cars.
God knows I can talk.
So obviously I don't have data on every single crash.
No doubt about that. So while we're waiting for John to get that up, one of the things that I had mentioned,
which is why this investment is important
earlier
to develop it to make sure that there are safeguards. And that's another thing. I hope
Jeff
that
Weaver,
the government
Bernie Sanders campaign manager, sent out a notice through emails, and I don't know if it was twittered out or not. He made the announcement that Senator Sanders was going to be providing
there's a lot of danger to
public with a doctor's report stating that Bernie is in excellent health. And that came as a result of a challenge by a gentleman by the last name of David Brock, who is the head of the Hillary Clinton Super PAC. And we know that Super PACs are not supposed to coordinate with the campaigns.
With Dan Snyder and
cough. And so Mr. Brock is kind of feeling a little bit of Bernie heat, shall we say, for kind of getting this started, because Hillary's the one that's taking the heat on it. And is everybody knows Bernie Sanders. I mean, my God, he does 3 rallies in a day. Like today, he walked, I think something like a mile and a half for a historic tour of Birmingham prior to doing a rally, and then he is now doing this event this evening. Yeah, he's healthier at 74 than I am at 55.
He wants to go have a drink beside
That's right. Yeah, he was also marching. I believe it was yesterday, and then again this morning, he was marching for the $15 an hour. There's people getting together in different. He's been. So I can't even keep track where he is.
That's right.
It's just he just goes and goes and goes. I mean, you can tell he looks a little bit tired here and there, but my goodness, anyone, maybe a 21-year-old would be tired with this kind of a schedule. So yeah.
Hey guys.
John.
I think Ryan. I think you found it here. WIAT. Looks like we have a live feed here.
Oh.
Thanks to the chat room on that one, guys. Way to go.
Yay.
Rock.
Thank you.
You guys rock.
Who found that, Ryan?
Let's see. It's in Hangout. Libby Weed.
Libby, thank you. We love you, Libby.
All right, I'm watching it right now, guys. And it's just, everybody's getting pumped. They haven't brought anybody up. Somebody started. All right, so you guys keep going. I'm not going to be able to do much because I'm going to pull this up on the media machine and get it ready to go. So.
Okay. Well, do you want to do a 3-shot of us, and then we can sit here and talk about Hillary and her blood clot a couple of years back?
Yeah, they might actually be starting right now. So yeah, hang on.
TYT Live. What's up with that?
Oh, I'm sure they'd rather see Bernie than us.
I'm cutting this. Give me 2 seconds, guys, and we'll get to the full thing.
And I just lost your TYT Lives. Okay, but I do remember John Blackman's tweet, so I'm going to read that. John Blackman made a point about the Porter Ranch story, the methane leak, the Flint, Michigan water, and then the tennis story. And he's like, which one doesn't fit? I get it. Look, to be completely honest with you guys, I hate the tennis story. I don't care, right? But it's an important story, I guess. It is an important story. Look, it's professional athletics. Yeah. You can't have gamblers come in and basically corrupt the athletes. And look, people are losing money, I guess.
Corruption in any form is not okay, and it's important because we need to shed light on it.
Yeah. But if you were to ask me which story I cared least about, it would be that one. But there are people who care, and we got to cover that as well. Right? It's my job. By the way, BuzzFeed's expose on this was too long. Like, there needs to be rules. There needs to be some freaking rules when it comes to articles. You can write a concise article that gives you all the freaking facts about a story without making it 15 pages long.
I blogged for the Huffington Post.
Are you ready?
They told me that
I'm ready. You're ready.
We're
all ready to elect Bernie as president of these United States of America.
Have you guys Wall Street Medium?
And I was thinking how befitting it was for this historical day that we celebrate Dr. King's birthday. That Bernie would be in time.
Because then you can figure out how long you're going to be before you can
celebrate as you all have brought your families and people from far and near to this place. And so I don't know about you, but I want to burn it up.
Sometimes they cover these really interesting topics, and I look at the article's length, and I can't read it because it's part of my job. It's what I have to do. But I just think about normal people who don't have to read for their job, and they'll probably look at it and be like,
I love in-depth exposés sometimes.
Yeah.
I have to be in the mood for it.
Yes.
And it has to be about a topic that
you're not doing anything.
Right, exactly. It has to be about a topic that deserves something.
Talking about the revolution sounds.
That's it.
Yeah.
Don't you know? Talking about
our last story today, and this one might have a little bit of disagreement in the panel. It should be interesting.
While they're coming in the welfare line,
Sydney, Australia decided to do a social experiment where she created two different Tinder profiles. In one profile, she is showing as she is a white blogger without a
hijab. And in the second profile, she wears a hijab and presents herself as a Muslim individual. And the whole point of this experiment was to prove that Muslim women do not get matched as often as non-Muslim women on Tinder. So obviously there are issues with the methodology. I don't think that this is an accurate way of pinpointing bigotry or discrimination on Tinder. I have very strong thoughts about and I don't think that if you're not in favor of dating a Muslim woman wearing a hijab, it doesn't mean that you're bigoted toward Muslims. Okay? I have my dating preferences. It doesn't mean that I discriminate against other groups of people. I just like Latino, right? That's just my life. That doesn't mean that I dislike white men or that I dislike any other man from a different background. I just have my dating. Which turns me out, turns me out. It's that simple. So
Cut the audio on that because I don't really want to play the whole song, and I don't want to shut it down playing the song, and I'm kind of waiting for Bernie to show up. And I thought that's what was about to happen.
Appropriation. So let's touch on that a little bit. So the video in the video description, Davison.
I was actually enjoying the music.
Right. How many matches does a woman dressed as a Muslim get compared to an implied Christian woman? After hundreds of swipes and matches, the data shows that Christian Sarah was much more sought after on Tinder than Muslim Sarah. At the end of the video, we learned that Davison's Muslim profile was reported to Tinder and under review,
her song,
which she believes is a product
the song that she's singing. I know the artist, and I can't think of her name right at the moment. But that's a song
I don't think Tinder is going to take down your profile if you wear a hijab. I've seen plenty of hijabs on Tinder, and
I think that is from the mid-80s.
I can't wait for you to jump in. So do it. Jump in.
Well, first of all, just
so I guess we get to vamp a little bit. Ryan, what's going on in chat? I popped in for a few moments.
Please stop with this cultural appropriation.
One other just running more music.
That is so widespread.
Well, that sounded good too.
Her methodology is
I know I'm going to down for that.
She was never going to have any true.
Someone wants to know the name of the song.
Yes.
And also, I think it's pretty obvious.
Wait, Tracy Chapman?
Yep, there we go. Appeals to other.
I think it's about help fast cars.
Going to get Christians to appeal back to them.
All right, well.
And I don't know if he ever even tried.
Guys, I want to say before I forget. Actually,
that's a good point. There was an interesting piece written in New York Magazine, I believe it was, basically talking about. It was from. I'm sorry. It was a late December story in the Washington Post by a former Muslim journalist.
Thank you.
And they were trying to make the point about how all the women who are trying to stand in solidarity with Muslim women, we hear you, we love you, but please don't wear the hijab because we don't, according to them, not all Muslim women, okay, but at least for them, they feel like the hijab is an old school Muslim tradition that they want to reject. So they feel like wearing a hijab or any type of Muslim headdress in order to stand in solidarity actually sends the wrong message. That's their point of view. I think that's a really interesting point of view, and I have to be honest with you, I hate those headdresses because I think that they do symbolize, oppression in some ways. They do symbolize this misogynistic idea that women need to cover up. I don't agree with it, right? But go ahead, Hannah.
No, I was just going to say, so I agree with you that there are better ways to be an ally, and I agree with you, like, the methodology shouldn't have been carried out in the way that it was.
Inspiring.
But in these situations, I like to look at intent, because I think her intent was really good. And so when I kind of like looked into some dating patterns, I listened to OkCupid, which is obviously not the same as Tinder, because Tinder doesn't include as much information, but it's really interesting. She is shedding light on a problem. Now, Muslims actually match worse other than any other religion, even amongst Muslim men and Muslim women being matched together.
And how wrong
and then
they
further,
were, and how
people talk about like how serious they are about their religion. Most people don't get as many matches who say, oh, like laughing about it, or who say they're atheists or agnostic. So the hijab may have been, on Tinder, the parallel of saying like I'm very serious about my religion. So she's basically shedding light on the fact that Muslims don't get as many matches, and people who are more serious about their religion don't get as many matches. Do I think that means people are
like a CNN apology, like, oh, I'm a journalist who's admitting we've done some wrong? It's not. It's
maybe somebody who's on a dating site
might be less serious about religion unless they're on like a specialized dating site. I agree with you on that 100%. Yeah, and I'm going to keep it 100% real with you guys. If I see a guy in a profile wearing crucifix, I'm going to swipe left. If I see a guy wearing a yarmulke, I'm going to swipe left. I'm an atheist. I don't want to date someone who's religious, who takes their religion seriously. That's my lifestyle, and that's my dating preference. That doesn't make me a bigot. That doesn't mean that I want, unequal rights for these people. It doesn't mean that I look down at them. It just means that I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to. I have a certain lifestyle that I want to continue living. And I feel like there would be too much conflict with someone who does fit their religion.
Talking about that article more. I completely agree about it more today. Now, I want to present the opposite point of view of that, because it has tried to do is they are going to now gloss over the fact that they did not do their job. They're going to gloss over the fact that they failed.
Should I then go, then
do their jobs as journalists?
People just don't prefer black men. I don't think that's true. I think that there is a level of racism that can happen on online dating.
We're so
that is a serious problem. However, I completely agree that
that's your reason for not being a good journalist. I got 15
really serious issue that
it seems still in network that are better journalists
being
ignored, and they're not getting paid $6.
Well, I don't think they want to be journalists so much as they like the idea of being, media personalities.
That's right.
And they like their paycheck, so they know for that paycheck they have to deliver whatever it is the message that the sex corporations that know 90% of our media want them to put out there. And here again, it's people have to understand just the amount of consolidation of not just media, not just banking, but so many other industries in this country that,
so it is something, and people kind of
make it nearly
preference. And I'm not saying like that's your case
for
at all, but there are
us
some people
really
who kind of just say like
get
that's
the
my
information
preference.
that we need without really having to dig for it, research it really hard, to really understand the issues because they're not being covered today the way they once were.
But it is something that's present in our society. Yeah, look, there's a wider, broader issue with stereotyping, and I think that stereotyping does play a role in some of the decisions we make. Like in terms of my dating preferences, I mean, I know exactly why it is that I have a different.
Why should we be
predominantly Latino neighborhood in San Fernando Valley? That's what I was around. That's what I have
pulled everything and trying to sort what's true, what's not true. What do I need to know? To get through my day.
On a wider scale, absolutely. You have the media pushing this narrative of black men
bring it to us at 5 p.m., 11 p.m. Condensed version. Here's what you need to know to be an all-adult citizen of America.
People do start buying into that
really
notion, and it translates into certain.
I feel like I don't know about you, Celeste, but I feel like I have
back to the story
in the morning
that people make stereotypes based off how you look and things like that.
Try to find what I need to know. What I feel like I need to know. What about you?
She was Christian.
Oh, totally.
Didn't have a cross.
Totally. And I'm a political junkie. I've acknowledged that before. I do a lot of reading, and I watch a lot of videos, and but I'm also out there. I'm listening to philosophers, and I sometimes go on binges, if you will. So it's like I'll dig up a ton of videos by one particular person, and I will, I'll listen to, try to do it chronology.
Kind of looks like what some like
the videos were recorded for whatever events they were speaking at.
Like flamenco dancers, anyway.
Because it's interesting what you pick up in just nuance that sometimes changes people's opinion or they revise them, but they can give you why that's happened.
She's not like a rocket scientist that's going to do a perfect
study. It would be really nice to see somebody put, a 50-minute documentary about Bernie Sanders and his career, so that people could know. He's been around for a very long time. And he has a very good
All right, guys, it's been one hell of a show. I want to thank Keith Holland and Nick Cranston for doing the second hour with me.
It seems like people I talk to, they get these little bits and pieces of who he is because they're just finding out about him. He's just hitting the media, and I think it'd be very educational and great for people to hear because we all know about Hillary, right? She's been in the spotlight for so long, for most of her life. We know about Hillary, so it'd be really nice.
So if you're a member, you definitely want to watch the post.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Really
Ryan,
for you.
how are you feeling on this area and what's going on in the chat?
The last question was how many pencils can I fit in my beard? So that's about. I mean, it was okay. I saw that.
We are really keeping our watchers engaged with us. Our viewers are engaged with us.
I don't see how you guys cannot find that important information about this. How many, right? Because if Bernie comes by and asks you to volunteer,
it makes them stay exactly. I know. Maybe I'll experiment while he's speaking. The reason they're attacking us?
Give us an answer by the end of the broadcast.
We need a selfie.
Wait, what are you doing? You guys gonna change things. I'll see what I can do.
You got that right, my friend. So what I want you guys to do is to help us.
Before we found out that Libby found us a feed and we're waiting on Bernie to come on stage, we were talking a little bit about Bernie's health and what was the result of that, which is we're going to put out a statement by Bernie's doctor. And so, as I said, I dug back into
everybody else's volunteers.
The Google history and the YouTube search history, and I was able to come up with a video off of ABC that talked about Hillary's blood clot that happened to her, and that
you become a member
was what back in
helping us hire
that was 3 years ago. So because we're in 60, so it was 2013, I believe, towards the end of 13.
Spend your Saturdays or your off time.
We're gonna show that article real quick. I've got this on a lovely free
so go to wolf-pack.com/new year. Okay, so our goal for the new year is
just 500 new members. We're looking at these. We're going to cut members. We need to hire all these people get up there.
So who are they?
Yeah, that works. I'm just going to pull a few things from out of this the video that came up. And remember, this is from several years ago. So Hillary Clinton's latest health update: cerebral venosus thrombosis. Please do not ask me to say that 3 times fast, let alone once more. Is a rare and potentially life-threatening condition, according to medical experts, but one from which the globe-trotting Secretary of State is likely to recover from. She is lucky being Hillary Clinton and had a follow-up MRI. Lucky that her team thought to do it, said Dr. Brian Greenwald, medical director at JFK Johnson Rehab Center for Head Injuries. It could have potentially serious complications. And then they go on to say,
you right there really quick, Les. Please, you're very lucky that she had really good insurance to pay for all of this, right?
But these are the leader of that crew.
Covered by
wolf-pack.com/.
Sorry, go on.
No, that's okay. It states here, imagine this vein where all of the cerebral spinal fluid inside the head and spine no longer flows through this area. He said, when you get a big backup, and that itself could cause a stroke. In the long term, the venous system can't get the blood out of the brain. It's like a Lincoln tunnel backup is how this was described. Now, clearly Secretary Clinton is doing much better. She looks healthy. She's, clearly doing her campaign schedule. There hasn't been anything else in the news regarding her health. But it just strikes me as incredibly disingenuous when just a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago now, because God knows the time has been flying since he entered the race, that he had hernia surgery, and he showed up on the floor of the Senate like the day after this surgery. Now,
let's get these guys on board. Let's get the Occupy Wall Street guys that know exactly how to get a lot of attention.
I want to clarify what
let's get Diesel. Let's get Jedwood. Let's go.
We're not trying to.
So wolf-pack.com/New Year. One last thing. I don't know if it's going to be an incentive or disincentive for you guys.
But everybody who becomes a member in December
will
get a signed.
Better be sure Bernie's okay. Don't want him dropping dead the moment he becomes president. That's not good for the country.
Just ruined everything.
All people have health issues.
But if you're
Hillary has health issues.
Send you that
Bernie has health issues.
holiday
The hell
card, whatever card you want to call it.
That's the reason
it's a perfect time to get together
but I want to make sure that's clear. We're not
Christmas
I don't care what her health issues are unless they really truly make her incompetent to do her job. That's
Let's
how
get
it's
to
going to look at it. But when Hillary attacks Bernie in the press about his health, it's plastered everywhere.
Exactly, and that's really the point of bringing this up is where John was going with this is also I'm not bringing up any issues questioning Hillary's health. What I am questioning is this was done by a super PAC to Bernie, so it's not directly tied to Hillary, but it's tied to Hillary by the simple fact that this is a super PAC that is collecting money from God knows who, and they're putting these advertisements out there, and this information out there so that people don't know. People do not know who is behind David Brock's, super PAC for Hillary. And given the way these people, run with each other, it's hard to say that they're not coordinating. Please give me a break.
Right. That's a very good point. It's about the coordination. It's about the fact that, and like I see the statement in here from Jason. Jeff Brooks, no need to bring up Hillary's past. Keep it clean, please. Absolutely. It's not about the past. This is about what super PACs are doing, and it's obvious that they are coordinating with the campaign. It's so obvious, but we have no ability to monitor. We have no ability to control it because we don't have the money to do so. Is that where you're going, Celeste? Sorry, I just said
Exactly. Well, again, it's all about the fucking money in politics is destroying our democracy. I mean, we don't really have a democracy, despite what you want to tell yourselves, because you have certain freedoms that people in other countries don't. We live in an oligarchy. The freaking billionaires and multimillionaires own this goddamn country, and they own our politicians. Sorry, Ryan, please step in, or I'll just go off.
Go ahead, Denise.
Oh wait, well, what are they talking about in the chat room, Ryan?
In the chat room, people are just wondering about the feed. I'm explaining that we can't play it right now because there's copywritten music being played, and that as soon as speakers come on, we will cut right over to it.
Yeah. Here it is, guys. Let's hear what they're running.
Willie.
Yeah, it's Willie. Willie's okay. Willie wouldn't hit us, but you never know.
Well, but here's the deal, John. Does Willie own the copyrights to that particular song that he wrote way back when?
I got it. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, or are they owned by whatever music company that had them at the time and then sold the rights to whomever when they want to make money? I mean, my God, Michael, I think the Beatles catalog is still in Michael Jackson's estate's hands.
Most of it. I believe Yoko Ono and Son still own the rights to Lennon's pieces, and that was a very smart move on their part. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I want to. We're talking about this, the feed and everything. I want to give people a little something to look at here. This is from earlier today, and this is the line outside of the event we're looking at today. Okay. All right, here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got no.
Isn't that nice? That just does my heart a world of good.
And somebody was saying something about Bernie in the South. He's not in the South. He's not talking to the South. He's not doing well in the South. Come on.
Yep. Let's see. He's in Birmingham, Alabama, and back in July when he came to Dallas, 9,000 people showed up in Dallas, Texas to see him speak at a hotel, and it was packed to the gills, overflow crowd. And after he spoke to the main room, he actually came out and spent another 20 minutes with the overflow crowd talking to them and thanking them for showing up. In Houston, Texas, the next day, so this goes back to July of last year, because you have to say that now because we're in 16, there were 8,000 people in Houston. So, yeah, hello, that line, we're talking Alabama.
Yep, he's doing well. I love those little lines people post of the lines. In fact, there was one a few weeks ago. So somebody's in their car and they're driving and they're videoing the line of people and they're showing people lined up and then people are walking in the opposite direction and they're talking and saying, yeah, those are the people that have given up. The line is so long. It's just because people that they're not going to get in. It's crazy. It was like that in Seattle too.
Well, yeah, Seattle also had a huge, massive turnout way back at the very beginning of his campaign.
Yes, and that overflow that he also took the time to go out and talk to afterwards, which is just amazing. I mean, who does that? Bernie does that. I don't know anyone else that would do that, but yeah, it was. Was it 15,000 in Seattle? I was there. I have a little dot on the video. He uses the video quite a bit, and then the next day, Portland beat us by a few thousand.
Well, yeah, it's like in the early days, it suddenly became this, ooh, and how many is he going to draw this time? Ooh, how many is he going to draw this time? It's absolutely amazing.
The most amazing part, I think, is that he's not announcing these dates months in advance. I mean, he's giving people a couple dates. I know when he was here in Seattle, people were, saying,
"Hey guys, I think we started."
Oh, awesome!
We started.
Good.
Enough of us.
We'll see you in a bit.
This is a prominent and provocative, different intellectual. Oh, I think I'm like, who is that? Who is that? From Bernie's grassroots campaign to his 8-hour filibuster during the Bush era, here's one of the most transparent, consistent, and politically bold candidates in the history of politics. When it was time to make my decision on who I would support during this campaign, I had to think of a couple of things. I first considered my work. On a daily basis, I work closely with some of the most loving, understanding, and strongest people you could ever witness. The homeless men, women, and children of Birmingham, Alabama. As a community development director of the Firehouse Shelter, we see firsthand how the political system can unknowingly forget about a whole people. We also see the effects of such policies: broken families, failing health, and our future losing hope due to possible or actual debt from student loans. We all know about that. Yeah. Doing our work as an agency, we know without a shadow of a doubt, we must meet the needs of those we serve. We must, because not only will this lead to our clients becoming self-sufficient, it will also lead them back to their families and back to their communities where they can make a tremendous impact. This is why I support Senator Bernie Sanders, all the way to the White House. Everything that he speaks and breathes is for the people. An obtainable reality of meeting the needs of the people. As a native of a small metro city in Birmingham, Fairfield, Alabama, I have witnessed my neighbors, friends, and family who were union workers laid off their jobs. Now we are witnessing the recent closing of another major employer and revenue source for the city. We must have a president that is for his people. When it comes to health care, Bernie is for us. When it comes to raising minimum wage, Bernie is for us. When it comes to education, Bernie is for us. When it comes to saving our communities and our future, Bernie is for us. Now, without further ado,
you, a supporter of our next President of the United States, Senator Bernie Sanders, I introduce to you the one and only Dr. Cornel West.
Let the word go forth here now. The Bernie campaign is on the move. We're on the move in Alabama. We're on the move in every state in this nation. It's true that we also acknowledge our dear brother Martin Luther King Jr. We love you, Martin. But the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr., the legacy of Fannie Lou Hamer, but also the legacy of Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, of Dorothy Day, of so many who tried to keep the focus on the least of these, the weak, the vulnerable, the poor, and working classes, those who have been marginalized. That's what the Bernie Sanders campaign is about. Been to the 16th Street Baptist Church, and I saw those pictures of precious sisters. So many folks still shut down. So many folk locked in the decrepit educational system. So many folks dealing with massive unemployment and underemployment. Brother Martin taught us what? That we ought to get on the love train, and justice is what love looks like in public. That's right. My dear sister Hillary Clinton. She's a Wall Street Democrat with flip-flop propensities. She's smart, she's sharp, and she told us that she shook hands with Martin Luther King Jr. in 1962. But she campaigned for Goldwater in 64. Looked like the moral clarity didn't kick in too deep. Now, she's come a long way. We appreciate that. But don't tell us you can accept Wall Street money and then say Wall Street doesn't influence you. We were born at night, but not last.
Sorry, folks, stream's lagging. Nothing we can do. It's Gracie WIAT, and Bernie always breaks the internet. There's Cornel West breaking the internet. Like, seriously broke the internet. There's 900 of you watching right now. No, this is not Wi-Fi issues. This is whatever WIAT is doing down there. They're a local news station. We've got nothing to do with this feed. We're just
all together. We want to be in this together. Yes. So I would like to introduce to each and every one of you, my dear sister. Yeah, she's a state senator. She's visionary. She's courageous. She had the courage to shift from Sister Hillary to Brother Bernie. We say, yeah. We're going to discover that Brother Trump is a multi-billionaire pseudo-populist. He's got autocratic sense of
You gotta do something for a sister from Ohio. When I say ill, I want you to say burn, big. Burn, feel. Man, can we give it up for Dr. Cornell West? Now, Birmingham.
Again, apologies, everybody. If there's another feed that anybody is aware of, we'll be happy to use it. Right now, this is what we have, and we are not in control of anything about it.
Went to the museum and saw the buses that the Freedom Riders rode on, and the cell where Dr. King was, and a picture of his letter to the Birmingham. Over the, he talked about how 1,000 people started the walk and how they had to overcome the elements of nature and the elements of man. He reflected on a 70-year-old woman by the name of Miss Paylard who had participated ride. She said, I'm not going to ride. And the person said, but aren't your feet?
I'm going to switch over to a different feed. This is Fox WBRC, and we're going to hope that Fox is nice. So give me a second here, folks. We're going to switch to a different stream, and you're going to look at that.
And injustice, the same struggle of a political system that has people in it who care more about their next election than they do about the next generation. It's the same struggle. But if Dr. King declared 51 years ago that we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around, as Diane Nash declared when she said, we started feeling the power of an idea whose time has come. I hope you're feeling the power of an idea whose time has come. idea that as a nation we can provide health care as a right for all folks. The idea that this country was built by immigrants and we are an immigrant nation and we got to have comprehensive immigration reform. The idea that disparity in education for poor children has to change. The idea, as Dr. King once said, that this country has socialism for the rich, but rugged individualism for the poor. The idea that we must remember not only what Dr. King stood for, but pledge to continue to unite and work for his vision to transform America. Sisters and brothers, it's just not enough to wax poetic on Martin Luther King Day about all that he did, all that he fought for, unless you're going to live this thing, be this thing, feel this thing. So can I share with you, Birmingham, that I know a man who started off as a mayor in the great state of Vermont. I know a man who fought the good fight in the House of Representatives. I know a man who matriculated to the U.S. Senate. I know a man who doesn't give a speech to one group and a different kind of speech to another group. I know. I know. So if I could just go back to Sister Paylard for just one moment. Sister Paylard may not have had subject-verb agreement, but she had something that was much more important. She had heart-soul agreement, and that's the kind of people we need today. So the man that I know has heart-soul agreement. He's not afraid to stand up to millionaires and billionaires and say, you can't have it all. He has heart-soul agreement because he has the courage to say that in the 21st century in America, it is a sin and a shame and a tragedy that our sisters and brothers in France, Michigan would have to endure lead in their water. I know a senator who has heart-soul agreement, who will stand up in audience and say that together we must transform this nation so that equality and justice for all is the order of the day, so that women can be paid equal, dollar for dollar. I know. Because ladies, we want our whole damn dollar. Say whole damn dollar. I know a man, a senator from Vermont, who has said enough is enough is enough. So without further ado, I bring the federal senator from the great state of Vermont who is working to have a political revolution in this country. I bring to you the amazing, incredible, magnificent, magnanimous freedom fighter for justice, Senator Bernie Sanders.
We take care of our home, wherever the flags fly. We take care of our home, from Chicago to New Orleans, from the north to the ball. From the shotgun shack to the super bowl. Single Hill, the Calvary State.
Thank you.
there must be some kind of mistake. I was told that Alabama was a conservative state. But let me begin by thanking the Rock Church Choir, Sonia Whately, Kimberly Meadows Clark, Jonathan Austin, Stephen Hoyt. And now I have a problem. I have to speak to you after you heard from Dr. Cornel West and State Senator Nina Turner. I can't follow that, I'm thinking of leaving the States. What can I say? Now, those guys, what makes this campaign so great is that we have people like Nina Turner and Cornel West and so many other people. Senator Turner calls it heart and soul. And that's what it is. In other words, these are not professional politicians. These are people who have fought their entire life against injustice, against racism, against classism, and they are prepared to make the political revolution with you. Thank you. Before I get into the thrust of my remarks, I wanted to talk a little bit about our campaign. And as many of you know, we began this campaign about 9 months ago, and when we began, we were 50 points behind. We were 50 points behind the inevitable Democratic nominee. Well, guess what? That inevitable candidate ain't so inevitable today. Today, we are closing the gap in Iowa, the first caucus state. I think we're a little bit ahead in New Hampshire. We're doing great in Nevada, South Carolina. And you know what I think? I think we're going to do pretty well in Alabama on March 1st. And here's some pretty good news. Now, polls go up and down, and this early in a campaign, they don't mean all that much. But what is interesting is the last poll just came out yesterday, had us 15 points ahead of our very good friend, Donald Trump. What this campaign is about and what the political revolution is about is what we are seeing here tonight. We're seeing folks coming out, beginning to stand up and to demand that we have a government that represents all of the people, not just a handful of billionaires. And all over the country, and this is amazing, not just here in Birmingham, all over the country we're seeing huge turnouts of people who are sick and tired of establishment politics, establishment economics. They want real change in the way we do business. When I began the campaign, what people said is, they said, well, Bernie, you're an interesting guy. You comb your hair really nicely. You got that GQ look. But you got all of that stuff. But, what you don't have is money. And in today's day and age, as all of you know, when you run for president, you need literally hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what you need. It's a sad state of affairs, but that's true. And they said the only way you can raise that kind of money, you got to do what all the other politicians do, and that is you got to go begging to millionaires and billionaires, start a super PAC, and collect money that way. I agree. And what we said is, we don't represent the billionaire class. We don't represent corporate America. We don't want their money. We're not going to take their money. We're going to do it in a different way. So what we did, and in this day and age, this is a pretty radical idea, we said, okay, we think there are a whole lot of people in this country who are sick and tired of the status quo. And we're going to ask them for money. And you know what happened? And this is amazing, and never in a million years would I have told you that we could accomplish this. Over the last 9 months, we have received 2.5 million individual contributions. That is more individual contributions than any campaign in the history of the United States of America. The establishment politicians who raise money, they go to these big fancy mansions, they come away with $5 million, with $10 million. We don't do that. I am extremely proud to tell you that our average campaign donation is $27. In other words, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. Other candidates can get money from Wall Street, get money from the drug companies, that's fine. I'll take my contributions from the working people of this country. Today, as all of you know, we celebrate the life and work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., one of the great Americans. One of the great Americans in the history of our country, and a man, as all of you know, who did much of his work right here in Alabama. And I know that I date myself when I tell you that in August 1963, as a college student at the University of Chicago, I was there at the March on Washington. And I can remember the day in my mind's eye right this moment. It was an extraordinary day, and a day that has left a lasting impression on my life. And here is the point that I want to make about Dr. King. It is absolutely imperative that we do not do, as many out there would like us to do. And what many in the media would like us to do, they say, well, Dr. King was a great man, and he lived a great life, and he accomplished a whole lot, but that's history. That's history. But what I want to tell you is that it is absolutely imperative that we see his life not as a museum piece, something simply to be looked at, to be studied, to be appreciated, to be kept on a shelf. To truly honor the life of Dr. King, we must fight to carry out his radical and bold vision for America. And his vision was of a nation in which we not only end all forms of institutional racism and bigotry, but a nation in which all of us, black and white and Latino, Asian American, Native American, all of us come together to create a country which provides economic, social, and environmental justice for all. Now, there are some in the media who will tell you, well, King was a great man. Look at all that he did to end segregation. It was extraordinary. Look at the role that he played in getting the Voting Rights Act passed, bringing democracy to the South. Extraordinary. But don't let anybody tell you that that's all that he was. His genius, his courage, is that he kept growing and growing and growing. And he saw the relationship between racism and economics and war. That was his courage. Let us not forget what Dr. King was doing when he was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. You all know that. He was not down there just to do a quote-unquote civil rights demonstration. He was there to stand with some of the most lowest paid, exploited workers in America, the garbage collectors, the sanitation people in Memphis. These people had low wages, they had terrible working conditions, they were unionized, they were trying to fight back, and he went down there. He said, I am going to stand with the sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee, because I believe that every worker in America, including sanitation workers, deserve decent wages and decent benefits. And this is what he said. And he said, and I quote, our struggle for genuine equality, which means economic equality, for we know that it isn't enough to integrate lunch counters. What does it profit a man to be able to eat at an integrated lunch counter if he doesn't earn enough money to buy a hamburger and a cup of coffee? And what he said then is true today, perhaps even truer. What does it mean if you can go to a university, but you can't afford to go to that university? What does it mean if you can get into the hospital, but you come out bankrupt? Now, the good news is that much has changed since Dr. King left us. Yes, we have broken down many of the formal segregationist barriers that used to exist. We should be proud of that. We should be proud. And I know that not everybody in Alabama is proud, but I am proud that we have elected a president based not on the color of his skin, but by his ideas. So the good news is, yeah, in many areas we have made progress in creating a less discriminatory society regarding race, regarding gender, regarding sexual orientation. We should be proud of that. But the bad news is that 47 million Americans continue to live in poverty. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. 29 million Americans today have no health insurance and more are underinsured, and we have more income and wealth inequality than any other wealthy nation on earth. So good news is that we have made real economic progress since the departure of George W. Bush. Now I know, when we deal with our Republican friends, we should be sympathetic because they suffer from a very serious illness called amnesia. So be nice to them. And they just can't, their long-term memory is shot. So they have forgotten where we were 7 years ago. They forgot that we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. They forgot that we were running up a $1.4 trillion deficit, highest in American history. And oh yes, it just skipped their minds that the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. Other than that, we were doing pretty good. And the point is also that when we talk about Dr. King and his legacy, I want everybody here to know this because not everybody does. That when he died, he was working on a major project called the Poor People's March. Do you all know that? Not a lot of people know that. And this is what that march was about. What he said back then is true today. What he said is, in a land of so much wealth, in a land that can spend so much money on the military, in a land that can give huge tax breaks to the rich, why are so many people living up? And what his Poor People's March was about was to bring not just blacks, not just poor whites, not just Latinos, not just Native Americans, but all people together to go to Washington, D.C. and demand fundamental changes in our national priorities. That's what he was doing when he was killed. And that project of bringing poor people and working people together to fight for economic justice is exactly what this campaign is about. Let me say at the outset, let me be very, very clear with you and tell you what no other candidate for president will tell you. And that's the truth. Yeah, that's among other things. But here is an important part of that truth. And that part is that no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can effectively address the major economic crises facing this country alone. So what I need, this is what I need. Obviously, I need your help and support to win here in Alabama. And I need your help and support to win the Democratic nomination and to win the general election. But here's the big but. I will need your help the day after the election. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? I'll tell you why I say this, and I'm telling you a truth that no other candidate will tell you. And that is that the powers that be in this country, Wall Street, corporate America, the large and wealthy campaign donors, the corporate media, they are so powerful that no president alone, no matter how well-intentioned, can bring about the changes that we need. And that is why we need a political revolution. The only way that we bring about real change is when millions of people begin to get involved and demand that Congress and Washington start representing the interests of ordinary Americans. So this campaign, and I appreciate Bernie, thank you. But it ain't Bernie, it is you, and you. I can't do it alone. I really cannot. We are in this together. Why am I running for president? Let me just tell you briefly. I'm running for president because despite the fact that we are better off today than we were 7 years ago, the truth is that for the last 40 years in this country, the great middle class, once the envy of the world, has been disappearing. Today in Alabama, today in Vermont, you got moms working, you got dads working, you got kids working, you got people doing 2 jobs, you got people doing 3 jobs, just to cobble together some income and some health care. Today in America, the man worker in the middle of the economy is making $700 less in inflation adjusted for dollars than he made 41 years ago. That woman in the middle of the economy making $1,000 less than she made in 2007. Time to pay. So here's a radical idea. You guys ready for a radical idea? We are going to create an economy that works for the middle class, not for the billionaire class.
It's more than enough to wipe you out. Now, Guardian Iatos, destroy.
And when you talk about the economy, I want you to hear this because very few people will know this. Today, in terms of wealth, we all want 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1% almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Today, you got 20 people in this country who own more wealth than the bottom 50% of the American people. Today, you got one family, the Walton family of Walmart. You are familiar with Walmart. That is one family.
The seal of
now I know
never leaves
that in Alabama,
something along the
line.
And this time, it's you.
Right?
And you have
people
yourself
taking
to play.
advantage of the welfare system. Ain't that terrible? Well, let me tell you, who the biggest welfare cheat in America is the Walton family of Walmart. You know why? Because many of their workers are paid wages so low, they have to get Medicaid, they have to get food stamps, they have to get subsidized housing. In other words, the middle class of this country is providing welfare to the wealthiest family in this country. Doesn't make sense to me.
Adios, Your Highness.
I've got a message to the Walton family. Get off of welfare. Pay your workers a living wage.
Yuki, get up! Please, you!
Then we're going to help the Walton family do that.
You won't be needing these anymore.
We're going to help them do that because we have the wild and crazy idea that if you work 40 hours a week in America, you should not be living in poverty. So we are going to tell the Walton family and every employer in America that we're going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour.
Get back here! You hear me?
The other thing we're going to do when we talk about fair wages is I hope that every man in this room will stand with the women and fight for pay equity for women workers.
He's awake! I knew you'd outsmart that big goon. So, how'd you do it, Duke? How'd you escape?
And when we
all right, pal?
talk about the economy, let's be honest and talk about unemployment.
I didn't outsmart him.
Official unemployment is 5%. Real unemployment, including those people who have given up looking for work or are working part-time, is 9.9%. And here's something that we also have to talk about, and that is youth unemployment. I asked some economists to study the issue for me. Listen to what they told me. What they said is the kids 17 to 20 who graduated high school, drop out. Graduate high school. If the kids were white,
it's all my fault.
Real unemployment is 33%.
Come back!
If they're Latino,
it should have been me, not
if
him.
they are African American, 51%. Now, it seems to me that if anyone in this room does not see the connection between this outrageously high level of youth unemployment and the fact that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth, you would be mistaken. So here is another radical idea. You ready for radical idea number 2? What about having the federal government invest in education and jobs? In education and jobs for our kids, not jails and incarceration. You know, a lot of my Republican colleagues, they run all over the country, and they talk about family values. You ever hear them talking about family values? Well, they just love families, especially very wealthy families who can contribute to their campaigns. But you all know what they mean when they're talking about family values. What they are saying is that no woman in this arena tonight, no woman in Alabama or Vermont or America should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. Now, I know that I will not shock anybody here when I suggest that a lot of politics in America deals with hypocrisy, right? You're all shocked when I tell you that. But I think some of my Republican friends have taken hypocrisy to an historically high level. You see, they go around the country, they say, we hate the government. We hate Social Security. We want to cut Social Security. We hate Medicare. We hate Medicaid. We hate the EPA. We hate federal education. We hate everything about the government. Oh, except for one thing. In a very highly difficult and personal decision that women have to make, they love the government getting involved in those lives. met my wife, Jane, and you saw some of my grandchildren. And you saw my son, Dave, and his wife, Liza. All right. I got a lot more kids, a lot more grandchildren, but I didn't bring them all tonight. But we believe in family values. We believe very much that we've got to strengthen families in America. But our view on family values is very different than the Republican view. And our view, when I talk about family values, is that we have got to end the international embarrassment of the United States being the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. What does that mean? This is what it means. It means all over the world. By the way, not only in wealthy developed countries, but in many poor developing countries. Governments understand that when a mom has a baby, she has the right to stay home with that baby, get to know that baby, get to bond with that baby. Dad too. Not a radical idea. And all over the world, governments understand that when a kid gets sick, dad has the right to spend some time home with the kid or home with their parents. So when I talk about family values, I talk about passing legislation that will provide 3 months of paid family and medical leave. And when we talk about the economy, when pollsters call up Americans and they say, well, what's on your mind? As often as not, the answer they get is people are worried about the economy and jobs. Now, why is that? Well, the answer is, as we can see in the stock market recently, it's a very volatile economy. If you are 55 years of age, you are worried that you can go to work tomorrow and your employer can say, Joe, thank you for working for us for 30 years, but we've got to lay you off and we're going to be hiring somebody half your age and half your wages. That's true. That happens every day. And if you are a college graduate, maybe you've gone deeply into debt to get a college degree. Looks like we have 1 or 2 of those folks here. What many college graduates are finding is that it is hard to find work commensurate with their education. And as I mentioned a moment ago, if you're just a high school graduate, it is pretty hard to find any work at any wage. So it seems to me we have to recognize that we have a major employment crisis in America. And that is why we need a major federal jobs program to create millions of decent paying jobs. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. At a time when our child care and pre-K systems are dysfunctional, when working moms and dads can't find good quality, affordable child care, we should be hiring hundreds of thousands of well-paid child care workers. When our roads and bridges and rail system and wastewater plants and water systems and airports and levees and dams are collapsing, we can create 13 million decent paying jobs rebuilding our infrastructure. I am running for president because in a highly competitive global economy, all of you know that we need the best educated workforce in the world. And the truth is that 30 or 40 years ago, we had the best educated workforce in the world, no longer the case. It is beyond comprehension that today hundreds of thousands of bright young people are unable to get a college education for one reason, and one reason alone. Their families lack the funds. And that is why I will fight to make certain that every public college and university in America is tuition free. Now, there are some people who say, well, that's a pretty radical idea. It is not a radical idea. No, it's not. It's not just that other countries around the world are already doing it. It's not just, some of you don't know this, that 50 years ago in this country, some of the major and great universities were virtually tuition free. But here is the point. 50, 60 years ago, if you got a high school degree, and most people did not then, you got a high school degree, you were in pretty good shape to go out, get a good paying job, make it into the middle class. In many respects, a college degree today is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. So when we talk about free public education in the year 2016, that cannot end at the 12th grade. Our job is to make public colleges and universities tuition free. And the other reason why this idea is so important is the following. I grew up in a family, didn't have a whole lot of money. My mom got a high school degree. My dad came from Poland at a young age, dropped out of high school. And in the real world, if your parents don't go to college, the likelihood is you are going to be associated with other kids, other families who also have not gone to college. So there are millions of low-income kids in this country who don't know people who have gone to college and think that going to college is as likely as going to the moon. Our job is to tell every child in this country, every parent in this country, every teacher in this country, that if a child in the 4th grade, the 6th grade, in high school, works hard, takes school seriously, does well, that kid, regardless of the income of his or her family, will get a college education. That's revolutionary. And I'll tell you what else we're going to be doing. And that is addressing this real crisis of student debt, which is crippling so many people all over this country. A couple of years ago, I had a meeting in Vermont on this issue of student debt. And a young woman came up to me and said, I wanted to be a primary care doctor, and we have a major crisis in primary care in this country, and she did it. She went to medical school. She's now working very successfully with low-income people, exactly the kinds of doctors that we need. She graduated medical school, adding up all of her student debt, $300,000 in debt. I thought that was as high as I had heard. Then I gave a speech in Iowa, and some woman says, $300,000 then? I just graduated dental school. And by the way, we have a major crisis in affordable dental care. We need more dentists. All right? She graduated dental school, $400,000 in debt. was at a meeting a few weeks ago, and this guy jumps up, probably his late 20s, married, 2 kids, and he's working in environmental issues, sustainability, not making a whole lot of money. He is paying 53% of his income in student debt. So this is what we have got to do. We should not be punishing and torturing people for the crime of trying to get an education. Now, in America today, we have folks with student loans paying interest of 6, 8, 10%. Anybody paying 10%? How much? 15? 12. All right. You got people paying outrageously high interest rates, but you can refinance your home today for 3 or 4%. So what we are going to do is give you the opportunity to get the lowest interest rates available, substantially lower your student debt in the process. Now, if we're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free, if we're going to substantially lower interest rates on student debt, that's an expensive proposition. Actually, it costs about $70 billion a year, a lot of money. How are we going to pay for it? I will tell you. We're going to put a tax on Wall Street speculation. Now, some of you may remember, about 8 years ago, Wall Street came begging the middle class for a bailout. Remember that? Well, now it is Wall Street's turn to help bail out the middle class of this country. Now, there are a lot of issues that are out there, and people often say to me, Bernie, what is the most important issue? And I really can't say because all of these issues are so very important, but there is one issue which impacts every other issue. And that is that as a result of this disastrous 5-4 Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, as a result of that decision, the campaign finance system today is corrupt and it is undermining American democracy. All right, hold it. We need a doctor. We need a doctor. Sorry. Okay. Do we have a doctor or nurse in the... paramedics are on the way, and you think she's going to be just fine. We'll just take a break for a minute or two, and I think we're getting some of the
We're just paused right now, everybody, while we're waiting for, they're taking a break. Somebody has fainted in the audience. I'd like to thank APRC Box 6 for bringing us this feed. And thank everybody out there for staying with us.
you all very much for your patience. And let me say this, it is hot here. If there are any folks who are feeling frail, speak up now. We got some, sit down somewhere. Okay, and anybody in that condition, are we okay? Anybody, you're not feeling well? You okay? Is that, all right. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? Thank you. She just walked out, and she's sure going to be okay. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for those who helped her and for all of your patience. Which takes me to the issue of health care. So what about health care? All right, here's where we are. I'm going to make a couple of points. I'm on the committee in the Senate that helped write the Affordable Care Act. And the Affordable Care Act has done some very, very important things. It has provided health insurance for about 17 million Americans who otherwise would not have it. It has done away with the obscenity of pre-existing conditions. Which is one of the stupidest concepts ever invented by the insurance industry. And it has done some other good things. But here is the but. The but is that the United States remains the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. The only one. What that means is that 29 million Americans have zero health insurance. And what it also means is that many people here who do have health insurance are underinsured with high deductibles and copayments. Anybody here with a $5,000 deductible? What's your deductible? $6,500. $6,300. How much? $12,000? $12,000 deductible. All right. Now what that means, this is what it means. 29 million people without any health insurance, and many people who do have health insurance have these very large deductibles. What that means in life, if you don't have a lot of money and you get sick and you have a high deductible, guess what? You're not going to the doctor. Okay? Furthermore, you'll all be happy to know that we as Americans pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. You got elderly people in Vermont and in Alabama who are cutting their pills in half because they can't afford the medicine they need. You got 1 out of 5 people in this country who go to the doctor, get a prescription, they can't afford to fill that prescription. That is crazy. And what happens? They get sicker, they'll end up in the emergency room, they'll end up in the hospital. That's crazy stuff. Meanwhile, we end up paying far more per capita on healthcare than do the people of any other country. The United Kingdom provides healthcare to all their people. We spend almost 3 times per person more than they do in the UK. We spend 50% more than the French. I live an hour away from Canada. We spend far more than they do per person. And all of those countries provide comprehensive health care to all of their people. In my view, the United States should join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people. Through a Medicare for all single-payer program. And when we talk about our responsibilities as adults, there is nothing more important than leaving this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable to our kids and our grandchildren. I serve on both the Energy Committee and the Environmental Committee in the Senate. I can tell you the debate is over. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity, and it is already causing devastating problems all over our country and the world. And what I can also tell you is that if we don't get our act together, this planet that we're leaving our children and our grandchildren will see more floods, more droughts, more extreme weather disturbances, more rising sea levels, more acidification of the ocean. And you know what else you'll see? You're going to see more and more war and conflict as people fight over limited natural resources. So as president, I will reach out to China, Russia, India, countries all over the world to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency, sustainable energy. Now, as perhaps the most progressive member in the Senate, I disagree with Republicans on many issues. But on this issue, there's something really weird going on. Now, how does it happen? I want you to think about this. How does it happen when virtually the entire scientific community is in agreement that climate change is real and caused by human activity, and there is not one Republican candidate who agrees with science? Donald Trump, I got to tell you, has a brilliant analysis. You can never underestimate what Donald Trump will say. But here's his analysis on climate change. It is a hoax created by the Chinese. I thought it would be the Mexicans, but it's the Chinese. Not even Muslims, just the Chinese. But the reason, and I want you to think about this, how does it happen? These guys believe that cancer is real, believe that heart disease is real. I mean, it's true. But coming to this issue, they reject it. Why? All right. And this gets back to what a corrupt campaign finance system is about. Because if today a Republican candidate for president stands up and says, I talked to scientists, I read the literature, climate change is real and we got to do something about it, on that day, that candidate would lose his funding from the Koch brothers, other billionaires, ExxonMobil, and the whole fossil fuel industry. I am running for president because, well, you already knew that. I was just being rhetorical here. Because I will do my best to end the disgrace of the United States having more people in jail than any other country on earth. We need major reforms in a broken criminal justice system. I am tired of seeing videos of unarmed African Americans killed by police officers. I was a mayor for 8 years and worked closely with the police officers in my department. And what I can tell you is all over this country, most police officers work hard, they're honest, they try to do what is in fact a very difficult job. But what I can also tell you is that if a police officer, like any other public official, breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. What I can also tell you is that we cannot continue to have local police departments looking like invading armies. We have got to demilitarize local police departments. We have got to make police departments look like the communities they serve. We have got to rethink the so-called war on drugs. Now, when we talk about a broken criminal justice system, let me tell you a story. Here's the story. That over the last 2 or 3 decades, 20, 30 years, millions of Americans have police records because they were found possessing marijuana. Now, I am not here, and I mean this seriously, advocating for or against marijuana. But what I will say is that right now, as part of the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is on a Schedule I drug alongside of heroin. Now, I know you're a smart audience and everybody here knows that heroin is a killer drug doing terrible things. In my state, here too in Alabama, it is an awful drug and it deals with the opiate addiction problem, etc. But what I do not want to see is lives being destroyed. People getting police records. When you get a police record, you go out for a job, hard to get that job. I do not want to see lives destroyed. So what we have done is introduce legislation that takes marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. And when we talk about criminal justice, what we have also got to understand that we need to look at addiction, substance addiction, not as a crime, but a health issue. And one of the reasons that I believe in a Medicare for All program that guarantees health care to all people is I want to see that if people are dealing with substance abuse issues, I want to make sure that they can get the treatment they need when they need it. And you know, the issue of drugs and addiction and arrests and marijuana also becomes a racial justice issue, and I'll tell you how. I didn't always know this, but this is true. Turns out that whites and blacks do marijuana at about equal rates. It's the way it is. But it also turns out that African Americans are arrested 4 times more than whites. Now, the other thing, there's a lot to be talked about. Go on my website, BernieSanders.com. We have a whole lot on criminal justice. But the other issue that I want to talk about is what happens to people who get released from jail. Okay? The truth is that the rate of recidivism in this country is much, much too high. Here's the story. I did a conference with Senator Turner, actually, a couple of months ago, and there were two guys up there who had served time. And one guy said, I was told that on a certain day, I was told that tomorrow, the next day, I would be released from prison. And what they did is give me a check for $75 and wished me luck. He ended up back in prison, not too surprisingly. What we need to do is to understand that when people are released from prison, they have the education, they have the jobs that they need to re-enter society, not to go back to the environment that got them in the first place. You have been a very patient audience. You had the interruption, right? Thank you so much. Thank you. Love you too. Let me just conclude on this note. What this campaign is about, in a very profound way, is to ask you to think big, not small. You are living in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. This is not some poor developing country. It's the wealthiest country in the history of the world. There is no reason, none, that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty. There is no reason why we should continue to have massive income and wealth inequality. There is no reason why we cannot guarantee health care to all of our people as a right. There is no reason why every person in this country who has the ability should not be able to get a college education. There is no reason why we cannot lead the world in combating climate change and creating a healthy planet. What our job is, and I want to say to the folks here in Alabama, I come from a state that's going to vote Democratic. I go to Massachusetts, they're going to vote Democratic. I go to the West Coast, they're going to vote Democratic. The challenge that you face, and I respect you so much, is the work that you have got to do is more difficult than the work in my state. Here's what we have got to do. We have got to go out, and let me be very honest with you and straightforward. We have got to go out to our white working class friends. And I come from, needless to say, I'm white if you haven't noticed. I come from a white working class family. And we have got to go out, our brothers and sisters there, and say, stop voting against your own best interest. When the governor of this state refuses I can see he's very popular in this room. When the governor of this state refuses to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, he's impacting not blacks, he's impacting whites, he's impacting Latinos, he's impacting everybody. When they deny Medicaid, the expansion of Medicaid, impacting everybody. So we have got to reach out to our white brothers and sisters and say, you know what? How about standing up for your kids, stand up for your parents, do the right thing. Let's work together. And if we work together, if we don't let the Trumps of the world divide us up, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. That's what this campaign is about. Thank you all very much.
Wherever this flag's gone, take care of our own. Cover New Orleans from Maine to the from the shotgun shack to the Superdome. Ain't no help, the cavalry stable. There ain't no one here in the beautiful. We take care of our own.
Well, thank you all for watching. I'm doing a terrible job bringing you back in here, Celeste. There you go.
That's all right, John. Thank you. Wow. We're at a rally, and while we still have quite an audience, I'm going to go ahead and get this out there. Tomorrow, we're trying to get the Sioux City, Iowa. Pardon me. Tomorrow, we're going to be trying to do the Sioux City, Iowa rally that Bernie is taking part in. I don't have a time, so keep an eye on our channel for that. Join us on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. This Thursday, we're going to have Portia Bulger from Women for Bernie for the entire hour, talking with our host that evening. I can't remember off the top of my head. Future guests include Nina Turner, Terrence Strait, Jeffrey Young, and Alette Valentine. We have a couple of others in the works that I'll just kind of leave out there as you just have to keep tuned in and come back and, get the surprise. All right, great. John's got up the cards for us.
You went into that real quick.
I did. I was taking advantage of all those people still watching to let them know we've got shows coming up.
Well, we're
always chasing Bernie.
My ticker says we got 1,846. You're saying we cracked 2K, but I couldn't see that because we're looking at different numbers. That's awesome. Hi, everybody. This is what we got coming up next week. And we're hoping maybe tomorrow we'll have a feed. So we're looking for that.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping, and that's why I didn't give out any dates or times and said, keep checking back. Okay, so before we go to things that John wants to move on to.
Well, Ryan just asked me to pull this up. He dropped it in live production, said everybody in the audience was asking for this page here.
We had some votes. We had
bring Ryan up. Come on.
About registering to vote and which states can do it online. And so I just found this site. You just pick your state and they will tell you exactly how and where and when you can register to vote, because everyone needs to.
Yes, I agree. Everyone needs to. We need to vote in the primaries. We need to vote in general. We need to vote in the midterms. We need to vote in all of our local elections. Of course, that's a repeat of what I said earlier. Denise, you want to come on and what are your rally thoughts?
That was he hit another one out of the park. That was great. Wow, what to say?
Did you take notes?
I'm feeling hurt. He was, after last night, you think he'd be exhausted. This is one of the best I've seen him do. It was just great. The audience was great. Felt kind of bad for what happened. I hope that person is okay, but just the guy. How can you not love a guy that does that? He stops and he's making sure everyone was okay. He's talking to people. Yeah. What can you say?
He's a true statesman is what he is. He shows his concern for other people. It's not a fake, insincere concern. My guess is if something really serious happened, he probably would have called the rally. That would be my guess.
And we got one of our people said there were 7,000 people in the venue tonight. It gets hot in there. I was in the one in Seattle, and it was hot, and you're sitting there for so long. So yeah, it was great rally. That was awesome. I'm going to
rudely interrupt while we still have 1,000 people watching to say, please subscribe to this channel. We really need subscribers. The one thing we ask for, the more subscribers we have, the more power we have, the more reach we have to get this message out about Bernie. So, while 1,103 of you are still listed on my monitor. All right, done. Go ahead.
And join us. You can volunteer. We're always looking for more volunteers to do all kinds of stuff. So join us. Be one of us. A lot of fun.
There was since we're having a little fun and Q&A with our chat. Why don't we drop in that one lovely photograph that Ryan also provided us, which is of his beard and pencil test.
There were a couple of things in here. There was the Ryan beard one, and then Bernie Sanders proposed progressive tax brackets we can look at.
That would be great.
I love this. This is great, Ryan. This is
the people wanted to know. The people wanted to know.
This is, you won't get this on mainstream media, folks. No. Corporately owned media will not deliver this.
Anderson Cooper. Oh wait, Anderson Cooper can't grow a beard like that.
Yeah. Wolf Blitzer's got nothing on me.
Look, there was a tweet, by the way, we should try to find the tweet on that, something about Wolf Blitzer grilling Hillary on something. There was something about Wolf and somebody that looked good. See if we can't dig that up and find out what's going on social on that.
YouTube chat, can you help us out and find that link for us?
What do you want to look at and talk about? Just how awesome it was?
Well, let's go ahead and grab those tax brackets and, pop them up because we can always talk about those. Poor Denise, we're going to make her like strain her eyes trying to look at that.
Okay. Glasses come out.
I was going to say, if you want to cheat, go back into the wherever John found that deal and look at it. That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what Bernie is proposing, it appears that 84.5% of Americans are not going to see any kind of tax increase at all. If anything, they're going to receive more money after, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah, looks even across the board. And then,
and even at that, if you look at the highest tax rate at if you make over $10 million, your highest tax bracket is 39.6. And you go for your APRs and you're looking at 52%, which I'm sure that there's still going to be some loopholes and stuff in those numbers, but this is not horrible.
Let's talk about the real thing here. If you are one of the 0.004% of Americans that is making greater than 10 million, is that what and then that's percentage of Americans, 0.004. Okay.
Right.
Making more than $10 million, bumping from 40% tax bracket to a 52% tax bracket doesn't mean shit to you. Shut up.
Yeah.
Okay. And same with the people making 2 to 10 million. You're bumping up as well. That seems to be the greatest chunk right there, I think.
Well, yeah, but here again, they're the largest beneficiaries of the wealth transfer that's taken place in the past 35 years in this country.
Yep.
That's where everybody's money is gone. That's where your factories have gone, is into their pockets. They move them offshore so they can recapture the money as far as in income from the lower wages that they're paying.
How does that factor into the debate?
Which debate?
The one
between Martin O'Malley and Bernie, or Hillary. Hillary in there.
Let's talk about the debate. So let's segue into that. Talk about it. What do we want to talk about? What do they want to say, Alex? What do we think about the debate, other than the fact that it was a landslide for?
I was amazed that this was the first time the mainstream media acknowledged that Bernie was the winner. I couldn't believe that.
Well, they were kind of choking on it. They were choking on it a little bit. Yeah,
there's where that image came from, guys. I'm seeing they want to know where the image came from. I'm looking. I don't know. Who knows? Hang on.
It says at the bottom, John. It says source.
The links for information. It doesn't say the full tax bracket, but there's the full where it came from. But anyway, move on.
It's from a tweet. It looks like. And my guess is that tweet would probably have the source link, wouldn't it?
Fine. Move on. Talk about it.
Move on. Okay. All right. Well, let's just go back to discussing the debate last night. Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah. There were so many moments during the debate, and as we showed that little vine earlier with Bernie side eye, so to speak, that's kind of how that whole debate was to me. Is just not that I was so much ignoring Martin O'Malley, but he's up on the stage, and bless his heart, they didn't really give him, quite frankly, the time they probably should have given him on the stage with only 3 people, as opposed to the clown car on the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, I was a little upset. It seemed like they weren't letting Bernie come back either. There's a few times that he should have had a chance to rebut what Hillary was saying or what O'Malley had said, and they just went right to another question. But honestly, I think this was the best debate out of all of them that we've seen so far.
Yeah, if I had any one really major complaint about it was that they had Andrea Mitchell participating with Lester Holt as a moderator, and a good deal of us are pretty familiar with Alan Greenspan and Bernie Sanders going back and forth about Alan Greenspan's policies while he was help me chairman of the Fed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had to take allergy medicine. Don't ask me this.
I'm just old and it's late, so I'm going to claim sundowning.
Oh no, I'm just told that Bernie actually had 1 minute more time in the debate than Hillary. Didn't feel that way to me, but okay.
Okay. Same thing here. But then I'm incredibly biased, and I enjoy listening to Bernie.
Yeah.
I felt he did a really good job of holding his own last night. But again, I go back to there. Some of the questions that Bernie was given seem to be a lot more complex and searching for more detail than what I feel gets given to Hillary. And again, I'm not even going to talk about the clown car because that's just a very sad joke in this history right now that's taking place over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the questions were better than the other debates. What do they say in the chat room, Brian?
Well, the chat room. Let me see. I have some notes. In the chat tonight, there was a lot of love for Nina Turner and Killer Mike. I know we talked about that in the pre-show and everything. It was talked about a lot. Bernie showing the compassion for the woman that fainted. You'd like to think that anyone would stop like that and look out for the person, but you never know these days. So I think that speaks to his compassion, and that would be good to have in the White House. And also, they were plugging Tim Kavanagh, who is running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz in the primary this spring. So people should look into him, and if you live down there, try to do us all a favor and get DWS out of there.
Thank you. You can say that again. I'm right there with you. Tim Canova is, we're trying to get him on our show, I believe, also for We the People. If I'm incorrect, please let me know. Sorry, I had to take a little breath here. Lost my train of thought. It's amazing to me how many Bernie-crats are out there who are kind of being given an opportunity to open up and be a little bit more liberal and more progressive in the public sphere. I think Bernie is burning a pathway for them in it being acceptable to be progressive and being liberal, and that it's not the boogeyman that it's been made out to be for people and not for profits over people. Denise?
Yeah, absolutely. And then and that's what he keeps mentioning, and we keep mentioning also. It's Bernie, but it's also all of your congressmen, and I mean, we can have a sweep, guys, as we get all these people in, and people I talk to often will say, well, I love Bernie, I love his ideas, but how is he going to do all of this if there's Republicans? And it's like, well, we can make sure that doesn't happen. We can help make all of this happen, and that's where We the People show. It's awesome, guys. Check it out if you haven't. It's a great show, and it'll introduce you to a lot of the people that are running for Congress, that are running for Senate. We're gonna, have a sweep. That would just be so awesome.
Well, and the nice thing is in the venue of We the People, there's an hour where it's not just, one of us sitting there interviewing the politician, it's you as well. And, we really stress trying to get your questions to these people so that you can get direct answers. Because, most politicians nowadays, you can't get within 50 feet of. I mean, I can tell you from my own experience trying to, get to meet with our Dallas City Mayor. Good luck.
That's a good point. Yeah, this is your guys' channel, and that's why we have the chat room. We want to hear your questions. We want to hear your comments, and to have these people on We the People, and you can actually ask a question is really, really cool.
Yeah, and they're there to answer them. Don?
We've got to plug the debate on the 11th. Watch that one. I'm just jumping in. Just right. Look, thank you for talking about We the People. It's very important. What we're doing. Nobody's giving these people airtime. No one.
Exactly, and they need it, and people need to know that they are actually out there and ready to be supported and voted for. And if you know a progressive Bernie-crat in your area, send them our way. We would love to talk to them. John, if you have a few moments, would you do me a big favor? I went and pulled up a couple of more slides that I'd like to show, and if you would pull up slide number 8 first, please, when you have the moment.
You don't need to be that nice to me. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I do.
So pleasant. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's because I drop F-bombs and, other expletives that seem to upset people sometimes, but I think you should be more upset about what I'm upset about and swearing about than what I'm saying, but that's just me. If you would, there we go. This is a slide I pulled of Dr. King earlier today. I had actually worked a good deal of this show around Birmingham and Birmingham's history, and we didn't kind of, go down that direction, but you can see that even back during Dr. King's time, he's talking of the same things that Bernie is talking to us about now. And it's for someone who is my age and who has lived through a great deal of this history, I can tell you, I have clear memories from the late 60s and his death in particular, and the effect that it had on the country. The effect it had on my own family, for that matter. It was devastating, and it felt in many respects like some of the hope died in this country, was just left with him. And I'm delighted to see, although I'm sorry at the same time that here we are in 2015 having to refight many of these battles, but in a highly militarized police state. John, if you would pull up slide, I believe it's 6. These are some of the actions that were taking place around the country today. Black Lives Matter movement and several other movements affiliated with Black Lives Matter are going around the country, and they're trying to reclaim Martin King's legacy, and we should support them in their efforts to do this. I personally believe that it's going to be the young people and the people of color that save my 55-year-old white ass from a senior citizen life in poverty and destitution. And so I will march in the streets with these people, these young people, and I will support their causes anytime that I have the opportunity. And I highly suggest you do the same if you have the opportunities as well.
What is it that Bernie said tonight, that Martin Luther King's vision is still alive and we're going to keep it alive? Is what I have to say?
I think it's important not just to keep it alive, but we need to bring it to fruition. It's past time. It's past time. Ryan, thoughts?
I've actually been browsing the web right now looking for some answers to questions, so I was not listening.
Okay.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Yeah.
Tell them. I'm still looking for a site on the superdelegates. People were asking who they can call and try to convince them to back Bernie.
I would say if you could get in touch with your state party, or if you have a party office within your municipality, that might be a good place to start. I know your Secretary of State's websites, the League of Women Voters, has a lot of that information on their website.
I'm just going to break in really quick. We had this list before. There was a list that was going around. I don't know if it was a Google spreadsheet or something that was being pushed around on social, but it's publicly available, all of the superdelegates. And if you check with some of the larger communities, people for Bernie, check in the Bernie Sanders community. Ask the question. Go to connect.berniesanders.com and ask the question. You might even find it there. I know that there is a publicly available list of all of these people, and there's actually lists of a lot of these things. There's a spreadsheet that we were shown a while back. Usually what happens is they're dropped in a chat, and then somehow they get lost. We should be collecting these things in one of these communities, but there's a list of all of the politicians that back Bernie Sanders. There's a list of all of the superdelegates. And yes, I'm looking at myself embarrassed going, we should have these things and be giving them to you, and so I apologize. We're going to try to collect those things. We can call the offices, but we have a list. That's all. Back to you, sir.
The Secretary of State's office for your states is also another resource to find that information out. Thank you, Janine, for giving me that in the background. I couldn't think of that one. John, how would you feel about pulling up the last slide that I had in the slideshow? And this is Killer Mike. A meme that was done with Killer Mike, and it kind of brings us into some reality here. It's like, Bernie is a very decent person, and he does get angry and he does get passionate, and in a 6-part interview he had with Killer Mike, a group of videos that I highly recommend everybody watch. I mean, they are really, really having a conversation in that series of videos, and it is well worth your time to sit there and watch it. That's all I can say. It's a rough conversation.
It's a great conversation. One that I wish would happen more and more. Honestly, it needs to be aired on television. I think that conversation was so great.
Ryan,
I want to jump in one more time. I just apologize for the fact that we derailed your conversation about MLK. We really should get back around that and finish it, unless there was nothing left to say about that.
No, it's as I stated earlier on. I have a great deal of difficulty, trying to have this conversation. I remember MLK, and I remember those times, and I'm just very, very sad. It upsets me that we're still going through this. It really does, and we're going through it because of money. And I know what it's like to experience the bullshit that women experience because I'm a woman. But I don't know what it's like to experience the bullshit that a black woman experiences. I don't know what it's like to experience the bullshit that a Hispanic Latino woman experiences. Now, I do know if you took my lily white ass with my father's last name and you dropped me in the Middle East, I would have absolutely no rights and I would become a slave or I would be dead because I have a mouth on me and I'm not going to conform to, the type of backwards treatment of women that exist in some countries in this world. We have to be a leader in these areas, and we're not leading. We're not leading in race relations. We are not leading in equal rights, not anymore, and that needs to change. And that's really all I'm going to say on this issue, because I am not black, I am not oppressed, and all I can do is be the best ally that I possibly can be to the people that are being oppressed. Denise, Ryan, your feelings on this?
Yeah, I agree. It's a sad thing to think about. I'm a little bit younger, so I don't remember MLK, but certainly studied him in school, and the county I live in was named after him. So, yeah, I mean, like you said, where Bernie was today. In fact, I believe he toured a lot of the historical sites where he was in Alabama today, in Birmingham. I highly recommend, if you guys are interested, there's some great YouTube videos about the history of Birmingham. It's crazy what happened there. I knew a little bit, but just for the show, looking at some of these videos, it's just jaw dropping, and this was just a few decades ago. So yeah, it's important to remember, and that's why we have today.
And it took a very long time to get to this day, to have this day as a holiday. Ronald Reagan fought this day tooth and nail for years. He finally succumbed, but he fought it awful. Ryan, how are you in chat? What are we got going on in chat?
Yeah, there was something I wanted to address quickly, because we just talked about We the People. The 2012 Hunger Games asked if we're going to see more progressives running for office, and I think We the People is a great opportunity to see and hear from some of those local politicians and local progressive leaders that are coming up, that are going to be the future of this country, along with Bernie Sanders. We need them at every level, and so yeah, I encourage everyone to check out We the People and learn about some of these up-and-coming progressive politicians that are Bernie-like thinkers and the people that we need in office right now.
Exactly. The more we can support those people, the more we can get them in office, the more opportunity is opened up for others who, believe the same and want to do the same type of service as a elected official to, their constituents. And, again, it's at all levels.
Someone also asked, where'd it go? How instrumental Iowa is, and if anyone's ever lost Iowa and still won the nomination, or vice versa. And I know that just recently that Bill Clinton, I think, was the last person. He lost Iowa and New Hampshire, and obviously still went on to get the nomination and the presidency.
Yeah, I think Clinton lost to Jerry Brown in both of those states, if memory serves, but it's been a while.
I think Bernie's doing well. I think he'll take both of them. So.
Yeah, we hopefully won't even have to worry about that.
Right. Nevada is going to be an interesting state to watch, I think. See what happens in it. And he's doing well, but that's going to be the turning point, I believe.
So what do you think about Nevada makes it iffy? I think Bernie will take it, of course. I just think it'll be, I don't know, just in my opinion, I just think that's when the broader public who don't know about Bernie is going to, who is this guy? I just think that's going to be the turning point.
I like the fact that their race comes up early in the West as far as, Nevada goes, being in the West, because, when their primary comes up, the states surrounding it are going to be made aware of Bernie a lot more than they are right at this moment. I believe that's my thoughts.
Well, I know here in Washington State, he's pretty well known, at least on this side of the mountains in Seattle, the Seattle area. Yeah, he's pretty popular.
I've just been corrected. Clinton lost Iowa to Tom Harkin. Okay, Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. We've got Scott in the background giving us some information every once in a while. Well, John, are we good to go? Do we want to continue on a little bit, or are we ready to close out? Do you want to give your closing thoughts, John, and your thank yous, and
why is it mine? Good job.
Well, I'm going to come on after you and do that, but I've got you in the rundown as your little area.
Oh, all right. What am I talking about? What am I supposed to talk about?
Talk about tomorrow, John.
Oh, the morning. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's been a long day.
And the news show. Come on. In the news.
It's been a long day. I was going to say something about what you guys were talking about that had relationship with Clinton and stuff. The superdelegates, because Janine was. First of all, Janine knows something. Here, I'll put my phone. Janine knows something about Nevada that's important. Nevada is a key state, and Bernie's actually going to kick serious butt there. But she can explain all that the next time we have her on camera, which will maybe be tomorrow, because we're doing this new show, The Real Newsroom, 9 a.m. Pacific, but for everybody who lives on the East Coast and I guess around the world, because the East Coast is where time is set, according to Janine. So noon, it's a noon news, it's the Burn edition, it's me, and whoever else shows up, it's a different thing. We're just going to cover headlines, we're going to cover what's important, talk about what's going on in the day, shows we have coming up, where's Bernie at, and we're going to go. And it needs to be every day of the week, and we're doing this because we have to build our base. And this is a war. This is a political revolution. Bernie says that over and over again. We are at war with the establishment. We are at war with corporate media. We're talking about this right now, the distortion of reality, the distortion of the truths, the fact that Bernie's been blacked out, and now all of a sudden the media, in a desperate attempt to get ratings, recognizing that the American public is once Bernie Sanders, they're scrambling now to cover him. Oh, we're so sorry we didn't cover him before. Bullshit. That we're fighting these people. So tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, is a new show, 7 days a week. We're going to cover Bernie. We're going to cover everything going on from the previous day. So that's that. We the People coming up with Porsche Bolger this Thursday. And the 23rd, that'll be the next big stream we have. And I'll try to explain all that tomorrow about what's going on with the LU70 and how we're working after the stream. It's very complicated because this is, it's just complicated. Anyway, the 23rd, big national event. Bernie Sanders doing a big national event. And we all got to gear up for that. And I think that's it. There you go. On back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to ask Denise and Ryan to come up and give their final thoughts, and then I will give mine and put up a video, or have John put up a video, and then we'll be out of here.
Ryan, would you like to go?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, everybody. I had a great time in the chat tonight. 2,000 people, and just so much energy. I mean, I think Bernie brings the energy out of everyone, and I just had a really good time. Everyone, come back next time and talk with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Denise?
Same thing Ryan said. Thanks everyone for watching. We're here because of you and joining in the chat room. That was great to see the high numbers and everyone's so excited for Bernie. So yes, thanks for watching and bearing with me. This was my first official co-host tonight. So
Sorry if I'm a little dorky. I'm a little nervous. But thanks, everyone, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Thank you, Denise. And, y'all already know me, and I'm just grateful that you're here. I'm grateful that you watch. I'm grateful that you like and you share and you subscribe to our channel. We would like to have more people come join us as volunteers, especially people of color. We would like to have people of color join us. You have a lot to offer, and, we want to get your voices out too, not just ours. The video, John, if you would please get that ready.
Yeah, is this the Killer Mike Reagan?
Yep, this is the Killer Mike Reagan, and one of the reasons why I chose this one is because, Killer Mike gets it, and you can attribute a lot of what we're going through nowadays, our economic malaise, the payroll, salary stagnation malaise can be tied right back to Reagan. And man, we bought Reagan hook, line, and sinker and gave him and Bush 12 years, and our Democratic Party sold themselves out during those 12 years, and here's where we are now. Time to put an end to it. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope to see you tomorrow for the Real News Room.
Yeah.
And
one more thing, Celeste.
Okay.
Because you brought it up. You brought up people of color, which makes me want to say we've had many people they've emailed me at Birdie26 TV, and then I see comments on YouTube and all over the place. Yes. I really want to do Spanish subs on Bernie stuff. It's just I need somebody who speaks Spanish, who can do this with us, translate. I know there have been people who have emailed. I need you to come into Slack. That's where we work, and we have to work out how we're going to do this. There's a couple of different ways we can do it, but I really do want to start providing translation, voiceovers in Spanish. We need to serve that population, and it's been a completely disenfranchised population of human beings in America, and I'm desperate to do that. So if you want to help me with that, it would require joining our Slack production group and working with me and having enough time to work with me to really get this done, because it's going to take a little bit of effort. So I just wanted to get that out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your cool ending, Celeste.
No, actually good. I'm glad you brought that up, because I'll bring another thing up. We actually have another group of people who aren't very well represented, and a couple of times when I've been doing chat moderation, it's come up. If there is anyone out there who is interested in volunteering and American Sign Language, we would love to have you sign for us.
I can do that. I can. That's right. Oh, good one. If you know ASL and you want to do that, I can put you in a separate window and broadcast that and superimpose that on the screen so everybody can see that. So that would be
exactly.
Yes. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Good one.
And I know that that's necessary. The deaf community is not served in the capacity that it should be. We're all people. We're brothers and sisters. We need to find ways to, help each other, communicate with each other. And on that note, I am going to say, John, whenever you're ready with Killer Mike, thank you all again. I am really grateful that you provide me with the honor of hosting these programs, and that you seem to like what I say. I'm blown away by it, but thank you so much. Killer Mike, to you, and good night and good news.
Our government has a firm policy not to capitulate to terrorist demands. That no concessions policy remains in force. In spite of the wildly speculated and false stories about armed hostages and alleged ransom payments, we did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. Nor will the traffic of the bullets. Freedom of the bullshit. What we ever do with Jesus just keep settling for the shit. We brag on having bread, but none of us are bakers. We all talk having greens, but none of us are makers. And none of us are acres, and none of us will wheat. Then who will feed our people when our people need to eat? So many things our people solve, from lack of
understanding. Cause all we seem to give them is some ballin' and some dancing. As we talking about our car and imaginary mansions. We should be indicted for bullshit we inciting. Telling children death and pretending it's exciting. We are advertisements for agony and pain. Exploit the youth, we tell them to join the gang. We tell them dope stories, introduce them to the gang. Just like Oliver North introduced us to cocaine in the 80s when them bricks came on military plane.
A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true, but the facts and the evidence tell me it is not.
The end of the Reagan era. I'm like Lemma 12er, old enough to understand the shit had changed forever. They declared the war on drugs, like a war on terror. What it really did was let the police terrorize whoever. But mostly black boys, but they would call us niggas and lay us on our belly while they fingers on their triggers. They whistles on our head, they dolphins on our crotches, and they would beat us up if we had diamonds on our watches. And they would take our drugs and monies as they pick our pockets. I guess that's the privilege of policing for some profit. Thanks to Reaganomics, prison turned to profits. Cause free labor's the cornerstone of U.S. economics. Cause slavery was abolished unless you are in prison. You think I ambush it and then read the 13th Amendment? Involuntary servitude is slavery, it prohibits. That's why they giving drug offenders time and double dip. Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor. Just an employee of the country's real master. Just like the Bushes, Clinton and Obama. Just another talking head telling lies on teleprompter. If you don't believe the theory and argue with this logic, why did Reagan and Obama both go after Gaddafi? And later sovereign soil, going after oil. Taking countries is a hobby paid for by the oil lobby. Famous in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Ahmadinejad say they coming for Iran. They only love the rich and how they load the poor. If I say any more, they might be at my door. Who the fuck is that? Staring in my window, doing that surveillance on Mr. Michael Render. I'm dropping off the grid before they pump the lid. I leave you with a word. I'm glad Reagan dead.
Huge